that I intend I intended to talk about our community and the contribution which our community had made to South Africa. I intended to talk about how we've built this economy and created jobs for so many South Africans. I intended to talk about how we were at the forefront of the struggle for freedom and democracy and against apartheid in South Africa. And I wanted to talk about how we as a community have spearheaded so many initiatives to feed the poor, to train people, to educate people. I wanted to talk about the disproportionate contribution made by our community to South Africa. But this is not that speech. That speech was thrown away 2 weeks ago, the day that more Jewish civilians were massacred on any other single day since the Holocaust. So tonight, we strike a much more somber tone. We mourn the innocence of war. We mourn the children, the babies, the teenagers, the fathers, the mothers, the grandmother who are shot in her head. And we think about the hundreds of hostages who are being held captive tonight. For them, there is no celebration this evening. For the past 2,000 years, during the Passover meal, during the Seder, Jews gather together and we celebrate or commemorate our exodus from Egypt. And one of the things that we do on that evening is we sing a song. We sing Vehi She'amda. And it tells a story that in every generation, people will rise up and try to destroy us. And with the help of God, we shall be protected and overcome. Vehi She'amda.
Me אבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם. תראי ראי 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 ראי
Thank you, Fulanoshi. South Africans pop up in the strangest places. In 1990, I went to New York for the first time. It was a grubby, dilapidated city at the time. Times Square was filled with crime and decay. It was in the years before Bill Bratton had worked out the broken window policy that saved New York. And as part of that trip, I landed up in Central Park, and there on the lawns of Central Park were 100,000 people, all together, listening to the music of Vusi Mahlasela and the Mohatela Queens, a South African soul artist that many in South Africa had never even heard of. For him, it was the days before Dave Matthews and Michael Bolton had discovered the music of Vusi Mahlasela. But he wasn't the only unknown South African artist. Because in 1984, a Jewish national serviceman called Dan Heyman, in the entertainment court, Voortrekker Hoogte in Pretoria, Dan Heyman walked up to Jonathan Byrne and said, "I need to use your keyboards because I'm going to compose a song." And Dan Heyman took the chords of Nkosi Sikeleli Africa and composed a song that would become one of the great anthems of the anti-apartheid movement. And he said, "I'll be damned if I can see a reason to explain while the fear and the fire and the guns remain. It doesn't matter how. It's over anyhow. He tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came round, I heard its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring. It was weeping." Dan Heyman was late for work every single day of his military career. And when he immigrated to America, he continued that tradition. And one morning, as always, Dan Heyman was late for work in New York at the World Trade Center. It was September the 11th, and his tardiness saved his life from terror. At a time when our hearts are broken and our souls are weeping, we welcome Vusi Mahlasela to please sing us the song that Dan Heyman and Bright Blue made an anthem of the anti-apartheid movement, Weeping.
Good evening, everyone. Or is it afternoon? I don't have lots of words to say. Mine is just to do. I knew a man who lived in fear. It was huge, it was angry, it was drawing near. Behind his house, a secret place, was the shadow of a demon he could never face. He built a wall of steel and flame, and a man with guns to keep it tamed. And standing back, he made it plain that the nightmare will never ever rise again. But the fear and the fire and the guns remain. It doesn't matter, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came, I heard its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sing it up, go sing it up. Tina, lo sapolayo. And then one day the neighbors came. They were curious to know about the smoke and flame. They stood around outside their wall, but of course there was nothing to be had at all. My friends, he said, we've reached our goal. The threat is under firm control. As long as peace and order reign, I'll be damned if I can see a reason to explain why the fear and the fire and their guns remain. It doesn't matter, it's over anyhow. It tells the world that it's sleeping. But as the night came, I had its lonely sound. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. It wasn't roaring, it was weeping. Tina, lo sapolayo. Oh,
Sigelela Thina lusapho lwayo Nkosi Sigelela Thina lusapho lwayo
The remarkable Vusi Mahlasela, one of the great lights of South Africa. There were those people over the last week who suggested that maybe we shouldn't go ahead with these awards. But you know something? I think tonight we have a very important message to send to the people of South Africa. And even though we are here tonight mourning our dead, we are proceeding with these awards tonight because we will recognize the hundreds and hundreds of South African Jewish members of our community who have contributed so much to this country. We love this country dearly. Our love runs deep, and last night it ran green and it ran gold. Even if at times it feels a little that our love is a little unrequited. We are the people of South Africa. We will determine its values, and we will not be cowed at a time like this. So why do we do this? We do this because all money raised tonight goes to support the South African Jewish Report newspaper. At a time like this, we understand the importance of credible news, and the Jewish Report is probably one of the few credible sources of news in South Africa. So whether you're one of the 30,000 people who read us in hard copy every week, or one of the 36,000 people who receive our digital newsletter every week, or one of the 80,000 people who go onto our website every single month, or one of the 4 million people who've watched one of our JR Live webinars, we do it for you. And we do it so we can continue to deliver all of these services to you free of charge. But we also do it because we believe that we have to recognize the great and the unique in our community. And we believe that every community within South Africa should be doing the same. It is amazing that this is the 20th year that Absa have sponsored these awards. It is a lifetime commitment. But Absa understand what it takes to build a nation. And that's why each year together for the last 20 years, we've gone to find the gems in our community, the unbelievable, the unique, the talented, the special. Together with Absa, we have been determined that what we want to do is to build role models for South Africa, people that the entire country can emulate, and that is the partnership that we have with South Africa's leading bank. Absa is an enormous rock of our community, and we are enormously grateful to them, as we are to our other sponsors, the Kirsch family, the Lubner family, Europcar, and Man-Made. But at a time like this, I believe we should quote maybe from Kohelet. It tells us that for everything there is a season. There is a time to plant and a time to reap. There is a time to weep and a time to laugh. There is a time to mourn. and a time to dance. And there is a time for war. And there is a time for peace. For everything, there is a season. And so, honored Rabbonim, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our great sponsors and friends, I welcome you to the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards 2023. From the bottom of my heart, I'm grateful that you are here. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. All I can say is since last we met, it's been one hell of a year.
The time is 6:45. Good evening, it's about 17 minutes to 8 South Africa time, and I see we have people watching us all around the world.
Cyril Ramaphosa denied on Monday, adding that South Africa wasn't siding with Russia in the war in Ukraine.
Israel's opposition leader Benjamin Netanyahu has taken victory in the federal election.
In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
South Africa is sinking into darkness. Its crumbling power system no longer able to keep the lights on.
My rough estimate of the amount of money that gets stolen in Eskom every month is in the region of R1 billion.
Frustration is mounting in parts of Johannesburg as taps remain dry in large parts of the city.
The island's president, Tsai Ing-wen, vowing Taiwan will not be forced to bow to China. China's President Xi Jinping on Saturday, the complete reunification of our country must be and will be realized, he said.
The earthquake was incredibly powerful, unleashing widespread destruction without warning.
The Russian frigate Admiral Gorshkov is docked in the Cape Town harbour to participate in military drills alongside South Africa and China.
Anti-Semitic incidents are on the rise across the U.S.
In just 3 years, 6 West African nations have seen the military seize control of the government.
Africa has seen a domino effect of political uprisings across these 6 nations.
It's been nearly 13 months since Russia invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine.
I have decided to appoint Mr. Shipokosa Paulos Mashatile as the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa.
OpenAI unveiled ChatGPT-4, the AI language tool that is fascinating and frightening people around the world.
I'm more concerned about AI than I've ever been before in terms of the uses for misinformation, in terms of accidental misinformation around health, and ultimately people applying these technologies when they're not really solid yet.
We don't have permit. We're going to protest. We're not going to march.
The EFF wants President Cyril Ramaphosa to step down.
Israel is celebrating its Independence Day, the country's 75th birthday.
Forward to EFF government, forward! Amanda!
Security forces across Israel have been clashing with protesters opposing the government's newly passed law to restrict the power of the country's judiciary. Demonstrators see it as a power grab by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but he says the move was necessary to correct an imbalance of power.
Elon Musk has revealed the platform has rebranded as X, and all the birds will be removed from the site.
Minibus taxi operator organizations are in a deadlock with the Cape Town government after failing to resolve various grievances.
The BRICS summit in South Africa's Johannesburg, which will begin tomorrow, will seek to widen its influence and also push for a shift in the global geopolitics.
70 people have died in a nighttime building fire in Johannesburg,
killing at least 74 people overnight, including 12 children.
Mangosuthu Buthelezi has died at the age of 95.
Mangosuthu Buthelezi was known as a champion of the Zulu people.
SA Weather Service issued an orange level 9 warning for parts of the Western Cape.
Mohammed bin Salman discusses what seemed unlikely just a few years ago: normal diplomatic relations with Israel.
I think that under your leadership, Mr. President, we can forge a historic peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Barbie in the real world. That's impossible.
If this got out, this could mean extremely weird things for our world. This would be catastrophic!
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
2 dams and 4 bridges collapsed. Thousands of people are still missing. The mayor of Derna says he fears as many as 20,000 people may have died.
Heavy rainfall and floods are battering a region emerging from the European Union's largest wildfires on record. Extreme weather patterns have become the norm.
On the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, the Israel State Archives has made available to the public a large collection of archival materials revealed for the first time since the war.
For 50 years, Israel has viewed the Yom Kippur War as the closest it has come to failure, the war it almost lost.
In the air and taken, Bavuma, the skipper, fittingly takes the catch that wins the match and wins the series. And what a comeback it's been by South Africa.
France and South Africa for a place in the semi-final. Sits up for him. South Africa power on to the semi-final.
As Israel continues to count its dead from Hamas's surprise attack, its military is revealing some of the horrific ways people died.
How the terrorists kill them, it's not a war, it's a massacre.
Some images are just too awful to show, with blood everywhere. Dozens of Hamas militants stormed in, killing the guards, burning homes and butchering entire families.
The United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back.
The United States military moving more ships and aircraft to that region.
We will do everything that we can to help. Terrorism will not prevail.
Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't.
Hamas is not a militant organization. It is a sadistic, demonic, genocidal, terrorist death cult, and it must be defeated and destroyed.
More! Yes! Beautiful! Thank you. So that was exceptional. I've not heard that round of indifference for a long time. That was barely, you didn't, do you know what I mean? There was a very clear signal, please welcome Alan Committee, that's me. And then I came up the stairs center, and quite a lot of people made the effort. It wasn't kind of covered in enthusiasm, but there was an effort, but nothing from you. I noticed you just sat there staring at me as if it's something, are you all right? First of all, close your legs. It's a small point, but I make it early on. Please, just show me a little bit of love. That's all I'm asking. You and your daughter have come. No, you've done it. You've done your job. You've been magnificent. I'm just talking to him. He's the only one I wanted. In fact, get out. I'm joking. You've got 5 minutes. Good evening, everybody. What a delight. Welcome to the 2023 Jewish Achievers Award. I'm thrilled to be back here. My last time hosting this event was before COVID, which feels an era ago. And in fact, that show has only just finished about 6 days ago. And it was quite a long show, to be fair. Tonight, it's action-packed. We are going to have the time of our lives. I know that. I took a look at many of you as you wandered in tonight. An exceptionally good-looking group of people. You don't always get that on a Sunday afternoon in Sandton. I think we can agree. But you, I say without exception, there are one or two of you on the cusp, but most of you exude incredible charisma and charm. I've started with the jokes, pal. When you're ready, just enjoy yourself, okay? Because you're looking at me like Willie LaRue. He didn't catch anything either. So this is, I know, it doesn't matter. We won. It was 1 point, and that's enough. This is going to be, I think, a lot of fun. Thank you for being here this evening. It's a mad world out there. We know that. The tragic events playing out across the globe are no good. And of course, here in South Africa, it has its own challenges and struggles. I've been in Cape Town for the last 8 months. At least there, they have a couple of stages less of electricity failure. In Joburg, I think it was last Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we went to stage 5. And then at 5, we dropped to 3. And then at 7, we rose to stage 6 until 8, when we dropped 1, carry 1, -2, multiplied by the water restrictions in Bryanston. Then someone threw a double 6, and we landed on a snake. And the snake took you down to Commissioner Street, which imploded. And so that, I know. But in the end, I won the game and got a free coffee from Discovery. So, in fact, it's a wonderful time if you know the rules of the game. What I liked there was just 8 people applauded on your behalf. And that's what I appreciate. Don't exude too much energy. Choose your leaders and they will applaud on your behalf. Anyway, so it's a mad time. It's got so bad with load shedding now, even COVID has left South Africa. So that's not good, is it? If a pandemic says, I cannot stay here anymore, you know you are stuffed, aren't you? You really are in a lot of trouble. But we are here. We have unbelievable people in this nation of ours. We have incredible resources. And quite honestly, where else could you go in the world at the moment? You can't go to America. Donald Trump will be a president again. I've just heard that. It's just been he's going to be serving time while serving time. So that in Europe, we know, under threat of war constantly. In fact, I heard this. This was interesting because a lot of people said, oh, the ANC government was supporting the Russians. But people forget, on day 6 of that Ukraine-Russian conflict last year, day 6, it was our government, the first leadership group amongst all in the world, to impose sanctions on Russia. Do you know this? I'm glad I can bring some information. This is true. You can Google it. They stopped the South African Postal Service from sending mail to Russia and Belarus. Yes, please, and thank you very much. Sometimes you have to take the stringent methods, don't you, and cut a nation at the knees. And it came as a huge shock, not to Russia, but to the South African Postal Service, because they didn't know they existed. So they hadn't got that letter. Now they know how we feel. So it's tough out there. It really is mad. And somehow we just have to keep going and doing the things that we do. I don't know if this is true. I heard this week that in this country we have both a corruption unit and an anti-corruption unit. And they are the same unit. And they investigate each other in a corrupt fashion, trying to release information timeously earlier than they would have, but slightly later than they could have, if was necessitated by the opinions of those they hadn't heard from in the time of... I don't know how that joke ends, but when it does, I'll let you know. It's very, very exciting. I'm going to move my way now to the podium. I'm a professional. Don't let this moment of silence throw you. And I will take you now to our house rules, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for a delightful evening. We're giving away 278 awards. in the first category, and there are 412. The only person who's not winning an award is you. You didn't know that, did you? I've let you down nice and early so that you know. Everybody else getting something, you stuff all. I'm really sorry about that, but it's good that you know early on. We've got some amazing awards, some top-notch entertainment. We are not stopping during the course of the evening to serve food. Service will happen during the course of the evening. This is to necessitate our online audience, and we should say a very hearty good welcome to all those people around the globe. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. We are delighted that you are watching us, and thank you for that. And essentially, we are here tonight to give out, as we said, and to celebrate and honor the achievements of all that has happened during the course of the last year. During that, we can also ask you if you do want drinks. The waiters will be at your beck and call, but you can also make your way to the bars on either side of the venue, nice and gently, nice and quietly during presentations, and we will keep the evening flowing as we go along. So let's get on, and we jump straight into our first award, which is the Bertie Lubner Humanitarian Award in honor of Chief Rabbi Cyril Harris. And to present that award, please welcome to the stage Arnold Foreman. And as Arnold makes his way to the stage, you can take a look at the screens.
Rabbonim, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, tonight with immense pleasure and honor, I represent the Bertie Lubner family in presenting this prestigious Bertie Lubner Humanitarian Award. The award is presented to an individual, regardless of their religious or cultural background, who has made significant contributions to the betterment of the lives of the people of South Africa. The Lubner family has always been at the forefront of philanthropy, leading by example through their remarkable initiatives such as Africa Tikkun, Sabrina Love, Smile Foundation, Field Band Foundation, South Africa-Israel Chamber of Commerce, and many others. These initiatives have positively impacted the lives of over 25,000 disadvantaged South Africans this year alone. The Lubner family firmly believes that there are no boundaries when it comes to providing every person with a chance to thrive. Their message is clear. We all have the power to make a difference. I've had the privilege of witnessing their unwavering dedication, being part of their journey towards human goodwill. The efforts go far beyond mere donations. Each of these initiatives is rooted in empowering individuals with the necessary tools and knowledge to improve their lives and become valuable contributors to South African society. Tonight, Mark Lubner, who unfortunately could not be here in person, wanted me to convey a few words on his behalf. He expresses his gratitude to the organizers and sponsors for hosting this event. He believes that when one lights a match, one dispels the darkness that seems so prevalent at this time. Lastly, Mark wanted to express the Lubner's family's solidarity with the Jews all over the world. He prays that Hashem guides our leadership with the wisdom of Solomon, leading us to peace among brothers, where the gift of life can be shared in the spirit of giving rather than taking. He longs for the day when fathers care most for their children's lives than the need for power and war. May God bless all innocent children across the globe with peace and harmony. We have the privilege of receiving numerous nominations, each representing individuals and their teams who selflessly devote themselves to making a positive impact. While every nominee is deserving of recognition, there can only be one recipient of the Bertie Lubner Humanitarian Award. Let us applaud all the nominees for their remarkable achievement and for inspiring all of us to be agents of change. May their dedication serve as a beacon of hope, reminding us that together we can create a brighter future for all. It is now my utmost pleasure to announce that tonight's recipient of the Bertie Lubner Humanitarian Award is none other than Teddy Blecher.
There are millions of young people growing up who end up unemployed, they're not in education, employment, or training. And they're kind of like in a twilight zone, like in a twilight economy where they have to hustle just to survive.
Many people come from highly traumatized backgrounds, particularly in countries in Africa and South Africa particularly. There's all sorts of elements that they come to school with that need to be attended to deeply.
You don't need to look far to find someone in need in this country. When I met Teddy, when I saw the work that he was doing, I realized that all I had to do to make a meaningful difference was to support Teddy and all of the work that he does.
Education's a lifelong passion, and it was almost like a religion in my family. In 1995, I was already a qualified actuary from my early 20s through the Institute of Actuaries in London, was offered some incredible jobs in the United States, in Australia and New Zealand. And then 2 weeks before emigrating, stayed up all night and decided I wanted to go help young people in South Africa from marginalized families get an education. In the morning I went to go see my mother, tore up the air ticket, and 1 week later I was in Alex Township, and I spent 4.5 years in Alex and Soweto. And then this idea struck, why don't we try create the first free higher education institution in the country, really with a focus of getting young unemployed people into high quality jobs.
We as Absa were looking for a partner for our cybersecurity academies, and that's when I first met Dr. Teddy Blecher at the Maharishi Invincibility Institute here in downtown Johannesburg. And we quite liked the philosophy of the Maharishi Invincibility Institute.
Maharishi was an individual who brought out this approach to education that the human being matters as much as what they learn. And that is so obvious to me, and yet it's such a foreign concept in education in the world today. And there's no real focus on the student as this great infinite child of God, I mean, who's somebody with infinite potential. If we educate people for skills that are actually needed in a modern economy, we don't need unemployment and poverty. And that's what we set out to prove with this educational journey, was that we could take marginalized and excluded people, 70% of whom do not have a matric exemption or a degree pass, and we could prove that they've got genius in them, that they can still be just as successful as any of us, and that these youngsters can go on and become leaders in our economy.
What we believe Maharishi Institute are bringing to the system that it needs to pay deep attention to is the work on each person in the system, on their well-being, on their understanding of self. And we've seen students coming from deeply challenged backgrounds who are very difficult to manage at first. But within a couple of weeks of undertaking meditation and some of the classes and some of the work that they get given, they change dramatically.
The model is amazing because every student there has to pay a certain amount of money towards their qualification. They're all given the opportunity to do a job within the institute so that they can earn money, so they can feel worthwhile, and they can actually take something home to their families.
They work with youngsters that have come from very difficult socioeconomic backgrounds. And these young students not only emerge from Maharishi with a degree, but also as incredibly mature, well-grounded, most focused graduates who are actually on the top of the employment list of some of the biggest companies in South Africa, which is remarkable.
Last year, September, our first cohort of 19 students graduated from the Cybersecurity Academy, having completed a 3-year program with the Maharishi Invincibility Institute. They subsequently completed a 12-month internship, and they will now be permanently employed in the Absa Chief Security Office from the 1st of October. And that speaks volumes to the method that Dr. Taddy Blecher deploys in the Maharishi Institute to make sure that he creates whole human beings that are ready to face the corporate environment.
We're on just under 25,000 people that we've educated or currently educating. On average, we estimate that a graduate conservatively should earn 10 million rand over their full working career, which means proper housing, proper healthcare, proper education, proper nutrition. Your children grow up. If you educate women, then generations that follow come out of poverty.
Today, Teddy is most probably educated more than 28,000 kids. He has given young people who came out of hopeless backgrounds with no opportunity to even get to university. He's given them opportunity. They've got degrees. They're in fantastic jobs.
When I first met him, and every time subsequently when I meet him, you feel the authenticity of a human being that's got a passion for what he believes in. So it's absolutely incredible being in his presence, because you actually see what they wrote about him over the many years doesn't do justice to the actual individual that Dr. Taddy Blecher is.
I believe many of the problems in South Africa are fixable. Loving young people, caring for them, giving them a chance without you even knowing them, and them feeling that here's like a home away from home. Here's a place where people care for them, will respect them for who they are, people who believe in them. There's infinite potential in every young person, and our job is to help that young person bring that out. It's the intangible that is infinite inside a human being, and I think Jewish people have always known that. I feel so grateful and privileged to do this work, but at the same time, I think we all feel a great sense of urgency that so much has got to be done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your award winner, Dr. Taddy Blecher.
Taddy has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to uplifting the lives of others, embodying the spirit of compassion and selflessness that the Lubna family holds dear. The Lubna family mantra being to give, to love, to live. Mark Lubna has had the privilege of working alongside Taddy in various initiatives. He is delighted and expresses his deep admiration for Taddy, the recipient of tonight's award. Mark knows firsthand how dedicated Taddy is to uplifting thousands of youth and how he commits himself wholeheartedly to giving to others. Taddy's passion and selflessness are truly remarkable and deserving of this recognition. Thank you, and Mazel Tov, Taddy.
Thank you so much. It is an unbelievable, unimaginable honor to receive this from our beautiful Jewish community. And in the name of Bertie Lubna, who was a great hero for me, a great inspiration for me, really like a saintly person, a tzaddik, and somebody I really deeply looked up to. So thank you to Africa Tikkun and the Lubna family for this incredible award. I'm so grateful and proud to be just one, truly just one of many, 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 how he said, hundreds of Jews. It's thousands, tens of thousands of Jews in this country who've devoted so much of their lives and their resources to serving our fellow men and women in South Africa. So many of the key supporters of our work to help marginalized youth in our country are Jewish South Africans here and across the world. And I think service and caring for others is in our culture and in our DNA. This is how we all grew up, knowing the importance of service for those in a less fortunate position. So many of our families came to this country struggling, had so little. I love this community because of what we have built. And Jewish people understand more than anything else the power and the value of education, that if you can give a person, if you can teach a person how to fish, rather than give them a fish, you can change their lives. And we know this as a community. This is a gainful activity. And through this work, we estimate that over just under 60 billion rand will go into the hands of poor families because of teaching them how to fish. But more than just jobs, we know, and as Howie has said, we desperately need leaders in this country. Leaders bring light, they lift the light so that others can see, and this we also see as our role, to bring up a new generation of leaders in South Africa, enlightened leaders who can take our country forward. I want to say what a great country we have got, and it was wonderful to see the rugby showed in the reflection on last year. I believe we will make it, as the Rebbe advised so many times about South Africa. We are late starters. We have lots of problems in our country. If you look at last week in the rugby, it takes us time to get it right. But we will clinch it in South Africa in the end. So just let's keep faithful. We will make it. I want to say thank you to the incredible Jewish organizations we work with. For example, in the city, we're working with CAP, and I know some of the CAP community are here tonight that keep so many of our communities safe. We're going to be working with them to bring safety in the CBD and city of Johannesburg. We're working with Josie My Josie, and you're going to hear from Robbie Brosen tonight. An incredible initiative involving Anglo-American and others to help the city. We invited a colleague from OPH, doing incredible work to revitalize the city. So I'm just so grateful to all these visionaries in our community that see the future in this country. I also want to thank Absa, who also support us in so many incredible ways and are supporting tonight. I want to thank our staff, some of whom are here tonight, many of whom earn half or less of what they would earn in industry because they want to serve, and I couldn't do what I do without them. I want to thank my wife and the love of my life, most beautiful person I know on the inside. When Mashiach comes, a love will come on earth so great, no war can continue. We work every day to achieve that day. I'm so honored. Thank you.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Teddy. Brilliant. Just a note for all the future people who come up onto the stage, and Teddy did it smoothly and seamlessly. We have got these stairs here, and they are tricky, but they're very clearly marked. If you do trip on the stair, we take the award away immediately. We are very strict about that, unfortunately. So do take a careful look at the stairs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great pleasure to introduce Absa, the sponsor of the Jewish Achiever Awards, for the last 20 years. And we welcome to the stage the Managing Executive, Private Banking, Mr. John Shabalala.
Absa's partnership with us was a valuable one because they understood our business. They've played a very big role in our growth. One of the questions that they always ask when they come and visit us as a banking team is, where are we going? For me, that is very reassuring to any business owner to have a bank that's willing to walk the growth journey with you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, the esteemed guests, and thank you very much for joining us tonight at the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards dinner. As Absa, we are honored to have such a long-standing association with this event. And I look forward to engaging with you tonight as we celebrate and congratulate the nominees and the winners at this prestigious occasion. Your efforts to make a difference in the communities and your ongoing contributions to the field of arts, sports, science, culture, entrepreneurship, and business is an inspiration to all of us. Reflecting on the road we have traveled as an organization, the theme for this year's Absa Jewish Achiever Awards, We Are, was a particularly fitting choice. As Absa, we have been on a journey to redefine our purpose as an impactful corporate citizen in Africa. And after a lot of introspection, deliberation, and engagements, we are proud to be living our new purpose statement, which is, we are empowering Africa's tomorrow together, one story at a time. As a financial institution, we want to enable our customers, our colleagues, and the communities while working together as partners and building long-term relationships. We are intentional in our efforts to invest in the people and their capabilities. Yet, the reference together in our purpose statement is vitally important. We realize that we cannot be successful without collaboration. Against this background, we are proud to be partnering with the Jewish Achiever Awards for 20 consecutive years and to recognize the important contribution all the nominees and the winners are making in their respective fields. Your stories underscore just how much we can achieve when courage is combined with hard work, resourcefulness, and resilience. It is through these initiatives and collaborations such as this that we believe we can play an even bigger role in unlocking the potential of our country and, of course, our continent. Once again, congratulations to all the nominees and the winners. Thank you for your ongoing commitment and dedication. Your success continues to inspire us to write more stories of making a proud and positive contribution to the world around us. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the evening and let us celebrate all the nominees and the winners tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. That's tremendous. Now we move on to the first Absa Award. It's the Absa Business Icon Award. And to help hand that out, please welcome to the stage from Absa, Sana Gumede.
Ladies and gentlemen, such an honor to be up here announcing the winner. And once again, to the Jewish community, we really value the partnership, and it's such an honor to be changing lives, if you will. Like my colleague said, empowering Africa's tomorrow, one story at a time. Without further ado, the winner for the Absa Business Icon Award, Philip Krawitz.
Ever since I was a very little girl, My memories of my dad were just that he was investing all the time and energy that he had into building this little business.
Philip Kravitz is a very dear friend, and I've known him for many, many years. And what I admire and love about Philip is that he brings together so many different worlds. He is a brilliant business leader, a CEO.
I remember him and my mom being away for long periods of time, and he always told us that he would put the time back in because he was really just trying to build a business for the benefit of all of us.
My real beginning in Cape Union Mart was in the 1970s, and my late dad and mom worked together and built the business up from the ground, and we started expanding from there. We had just one little store on the corner of Corporation and Mostert Street. I then started to grow it and open a few stores, and the rest is history.
It really helped us to understand what our family had built because we always spoke about it. And from when I was old enough to see over the counter, I got roped into working in the Old Town store and working alongside my dad and watching his interactions with customers, watching my grandparents' interaction with customers, and really understanding what the business was about and what the family values really were.
Today, we're very proud of our brands. Of course, K-Way, which was the Kravitz Way. That is a wonderful brand. We see it wherever we go. You flew back last night and you go to the airport and all you see is the so-called K-Way queue of K-Way bags and jackets. And under the Cape Union Mart brand, that grew. And we decided to venture into something a little more casual for a younger market called Old Khaki. And that brand has grown tremendously as well and continues to grow successfully. And with 3 daughters, I got told that I had to do something for women. My girls gave a hand, they came into the business, they brought their skills, and we started the chain called Poetry, which is really the favorite brand of many women today, and we're very proud of it being completely local.
Today we are 3 chains. We have the Cape Union Mart chain, we have Old Khaki and Poetry. We have 250 stores and employ 3,600 people.
And the fact is that we do our designing locally, we do our manufacture locally, we have the stores run well, and we're very, very proud of the fact that we have this South African brand reflecting all the values that we have in the business.
And my dad will always tell you that he wants Cape Union Mart to be the best choice that anybody ever made for their career.
So I was president of the Cape Town Chamber of Commerce and had done the unthinkable in those days in the 1980s by calling for the release of Nelson Mandela and the unbanning of the ANC.
Philip Kravitz established and run and grown such a successful company, thank God, and yet with that he brings a tremendous dedication to community, to country, to society, to make the world into a better place.
We South Africans have a unique love of our country. And despite all the challenges that we face, that love permeates everything that we do.
I met Philip Kravitz in 1986 when we launched the Cape Town chapter of YPO, and Philip and I both joined at a similar time.
Together with his heavy responsibilities as a CEO, he takes on enormous communal responsibilities.
I'm very privileged to be involved locally and globally with the Jewish community. I was recently elected as a governor of the Sochnut, the Jewish Agency for Israel. I was also very delighted to know that as the president of Keren HaYesod, we are playing a key role in trying to support Israel in her most difficult days. So I have those international connections which I cherish and which I enjoy. And of course, locally, it's my privilege to be involved hugely here.
My dad is an absolute visionary. He's a serial entrepreneur, and he lives and dies by the values upon which he lives.
We've recently created a board of governors of Jewish Cape Town, and I somehow drew the short straw and I'm chairman of that. Chairman of the board of trustees of United Herzliya Schools, our wonderful educational system. I'm chairman of the board of trustees of United Communal Fund.
He has broad vision, seeing things from a very broad perspective, and he brings to those discussions and to his involvement in business and community a tremendous sense of compassion, integrity, honesty, and broad vision to get things done, seeing the big picture, looking over the horizon. And he does that not only in community and in his business, but for South Africa as a country as a whole.
He sets the path. he makes it easy for you to actually volunteer your time because of how much time he volunteers.
People trust him. People find him inspirational. They find him an incredible leader, and they find him just a really good man.
I then, of course, have Ikamva Labantu, which I've been involved with for over 40 years, working with the legendary, as I call her, Saint Helen. And, of course, Helen is just such an icon and such an inspiration to us all. I don't think you get too many Helen Liebermans to encounter in a lifetime.
And our first meeting was when he brought his associate, which was one of the ambassadors that he knew, and showed them the townships. And that got us on the road together as partners in crime in every way. And Philip has remained with us, and Philip is now one of our protectors.
And certainly we do a lot of great work with Ikamva Labantu, and we will continue to do that. My co-protector of the trust, Gaynor Rupert, works closely, still displays a strong interest, and we will never, ever let that side down.
He comes into the townships regularly. He has a wonderful relationship with the community. He has the right ethic and understanding of the work that we're doing and how we're doing it. But the big thing about Philip is that he has such a breadth of wisdom, and he sees things and understands things and interprets things so well.
So, of course, I'm committed to Jewish Cape Town, but I'm also committed to the greater South Africa, which is so important to us all. My feeling is, what can I do as a businessman? That is simply to try and create as many jobs as possible, to try and promote local manufacture, to try and educate our workforce and help all our people reach their potential. And those are the things that we can do as a company. As a country, we need to stand up and we need to defend the sort of country that we would like to see in South Africa.
I also have one tiny criticism of Philip, and that is he puts everyone else first. He puts everyone else first. And that in itself is an amazing attribute. And I know that he's above all a family man, community man, businessman, and all things.
But when I look at my dad today and I look at what he's done, and not only what he's done for the business, but what he's done for so many people whose lives he's touched and who he's inspired.
If you can look after your people well, treat them well, train them, if you can treat your customers fairly, if you can pay your creditors on time and treat them with respect, if you can invest in the environment, which is so precious for all of us, if you can be a good corporate citizen in all senses of the word, if you can enrich others, give to charity, and do all of those things, you should hopefully make enough money to live reasonably well. And I think that's what drives my belief in the power of ethics, that we have to play the game by the rules. And it's only an achievement to be successful if you can be successful while playing by those rules.
Philip is an outstanding example of what business leadership can contribute to making this world into a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Philip Kravitz.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, when Howard phoned me to tell me about this award, I was embarrassed. After seeing that, I am absolutely, totally embarrassed, and all I can say, my late father would have loved it, my late mother would have believed it. I must be perfectly honest, I didn't know that I was supposed to say anything tonight, so I have prepared nothing at all, and that's the good news. But I do want to say that this is an occasion that not only I, but all of us need to celebrate and need to absorb. I want to say firstly, we are so privileged to have somebody like Howie, who's just an incredible human being, who's educated us, who's inspired us, who has taught us so much, and who has made us believe in ourselves. And Howard, what you and your team have done at the SAJR, I believe is absolutely incredible. Secondly, I do want to particularly mention our Chief Rabbi, with whom I've had the most wonderful association for so many years. This is one of the few people who will stand up and speak out and tell the truth as it needs to be told. And it takes guts to do that, Chief Rabbi. And thank you so much for standing up for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in the most amazing country. Just look at everything we have. Look at our natural resources. Look at the beauty that we have. Look at the climate. Look at everything that we have. But most of all, we have the most wonderful people. And these are wonderful people. I was remarking to my wife today, we were just getting out of the elevator at the hotel across the road, and I said, isn't it amazing just how wonderful people are? Everybody greets you, everybody smiles, black, white, brown, all of us, we're all together. And we have to realize that this country is only going to be as good as we make it. And that means that we have to start with one simple thing. The first thing we have to do is we have to create jobs. If we create jobs, we will reduce poverty. If we reduce poverty, we will reduce crime. If we reduce crime, we'll get foreign direct investment. If we get foreign direct investment, we will grow our economy and create more jobs for our people. And that is where it starts, and it's no use looking to the government, it's no use looking to anyone else. It's looking at ourselves and say, what can we do to try and make this country great? And I believe there is so much that we can do. I want to thank each and every one of you. I never saw these videos. I promise you, if I had, I would have stopped half of them. But I do want to say to you that I am so grateful for this recognition, because I believe that it's not because we're the biggest company, not because we employ the most people. It's because we realize that businesses are simply vehicles for societal change and achievements. And we must use our businesses to do that. I'm also privileged to say that for many years I was on the regional board of Absa in the Western Cape. And we watched that company grow. And well done, Absa, and thank you for sponsoring this award. We appreciate it. To my long-suffering wife, who gets to see me occasionally between meetings, I have to say, sweetheart, thank you so much for everything you do. You and my children who support me so well are the reason why I can do these things. And thank you to all of you for being that, and thank you for being such an incredible wife for over 52 years and putting up with all my nonsense. Really appreciate it. Finally, I want to remind you of something that Henry Royce of Rolls-Royce fame once said. He said, take that which is good and make it better. Take that which does not exist and create it. Strive for perfection in everything that you do. Never accept anything nearly right or good enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let's apply that to our country. Let's make our country as great as it can be. Let's ensure that black and white and brown and Jewish and Muslim and Christian and young and old unite. And if we can have achdut, unity, and if we can have shalom bayit, peace amongst us, we will see this country reach its potential despite everything that happens to come against it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really am honored and privileged. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Philip. As he makes his K-way back to the seat, his K-way, I just thought of that now. Honestly, it's not a great joke, but it's quick. Sometimes I will sacrifice quality for speed. That's what my girlfriend said. Anyway, stuff you don't know her. She's imaginary. All right. Now, Sana, are you still here? Don't disappear, because you're going to hand out another award. I think you might be nearby. So before we do that, we are now going to take a look at the Absa Leadership Award, and let's take a look at the nominees.
The Absa Business Leadership Award nominees are David Akinen, Anne Bernstein, Jonathan Goldberg, Arthur Goldstuck, Luke Jadakin and Claude Hannon, Hilton Kellner, and Jason Morris.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of the Absa Business Leadership Award, Hilton Kellner.
I always say that I've got the best job in the world.
Hilton Kellner, the CEO at Discovery Bank.
Discovery South Africa is the South African composite of the group, spanning the full range of financial services from medical schemes to life insurance, investments and short-term insurance, and the latest investment and the largest in the group is Discovery Bank. I joined Discovery 27 years ago as a young actuarial student, and it's been an incredible journey. I've seen the launch of Vitality, our behavioural program, all our international operations, and right through to the bank. The bank is central to our plans within Discovery South Africa and really growing it and ensuring that the bank continues to be the face of the South African composite and really kind of delivering on our purpose of making people healthier across every single one of our businesses. And we are absolutely committed to the country, to our communities, and this being a force for social good in the environments in which we operate. One of the incredible accolades of Discovery Bank over the last year was being recognized by Fortune magazine as one of the top 40 companies changing the world. I've always been part of the product team and had a really deep interest in ensuring that we build products that are brilliant for our clients and are aimed at really delivering the core purpose of making people healthier. The Discovery Group has really been organized into three composites: the South African composite, the UK composite, and then our global businesses. And I became the CEO of the Discovery South Africa composite 3 months before COVID, and that was a clarion call in a sense to really galvanize the entire team around our core purpose of making people healthier. The environment that I'm privileged to work in is one of incredible people. And so, you know, from our perspective, key to kind of our leadership style is being value-based, having a singular core purpose, and really creating a vision for our team and goals and ambitious goals to really strive towards. And you know, from our perspective, the kind of the ability to be a part of that and to really lead that is a privilege. I love what I do. It typically starts at about 7 a.m. in the office at least, and ends at about 7 p.m. We have ExCo meetings every single week with our kind of key executive committees that track the progress of the business and really go through every single detail. I'm involved intimately in the R&D of all of our products and meet with the R&D teams every single week, and try and ensure that I've got time to have dinner with my family and then catch up on reading and emails kind of late at night to prepare for the next day and later in the week. So kind of a very, very busy schedule, but one which I just wouldn't change.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Absa Business Leader Award winner, Hilton Kellner.
Sure, thanks. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honoured Rabonim, and it's an absolute privilege to be able to accept this award. This morning my wife said to me that on the off chance that I did win, I better prepare something. So firstly, just thank you to the South African Jewish Report for this incredible honour. I think exactly as Philip said, to be recognised by one's community is a special form of recognition. Tonight is obviously also bittersweet in a sense. It comes at a moment when so many people are experiencing such difficult times. As a South African, over the last week and 24 hours, we probably couldn't be more united by our rugby team, which for me personally stands for everything positive, everything excellent about our country. And as a Jewish South African, I couldn't be prouder in an environment like this evening. The excellence within our community, the impact, the disproportionate contribution that our relatively small Jewish community makes is astounding. At the same time, we know that our families live in a fragile and difficult time. And the communities in Israel and around the world find themselves in a very, very difficult space. So notwithstanding the paradox of success and the celebration that we have, and we're fortunate to have this evening, there's so many others who aren't. What I would like to maybe recognize briefly is just the first point is that, exactly as I said in the video, this award truly does reflect what I feel every single day. I work with a remarkable group of people. They are truly, truly world class. I can say that if you were picking a Springbok team of actuaries, of doctors, of engineers, of bankers, and many others, the people that I get to work with every single day, that is the kind of the Springbok team that you would choose. It would be it. And it's an organization that is both proudly South African and similarly, I would argue, the best in the world. As I said, when I joined Discovery 27 years ago as a young actuary, the odds of having 2 actuaries out of 3 winners so far is particularly good material for any comedian. But when I did join as a young actuary, I couldn't have imagined where it would lead me. And in fact, I didn't join for the size of the organization. I joined for the people that we work with. And with hindsight, you often think that you could make better decisions. In my case, it's the opposite. So if you think about the people that I get to work with every single day, under the leadership of a remarkable CEO who's instilled a sense of excellence and innovation in every single thing that we do. Adrian, I couldn't have chosen a better friend or mentor to spend the last 27 years with. And so your sense of integrity, purpose, values, and insights are a source of true inspiration. So while I'm receiving this award, it's on behalf of a brilliant team and a group of brilliant, brilliant people. To that point, often an award really reflects the end of a journey. In our case, in building Discovery Bank, it's really still just the very, very beginning. But I'd argue that reflects the relevance of the bank in terms of everything that you can do. It also reflects the recognition that we've received from the community, whether it's the SA Jewish Report, holding us to account, but at the same time being an incredible cheerleader of excellence, exactly as we have this evening, highlighting the achievements of the community, unifying and educating the community, whether it's in webinars or in the weekly newspaper. We can be truly grateful for the organization that it is. So I know that there are many people here this evening, I hope, that are our clients, some of our most demanding clients, I can see, but also some of our greatest ambassadors. And we don't take it for granted. The support of the community has been absolutely astounding and remarkable. The third point that I'd like to make is just that around a business, any business, I think exactly as Philip said, building a business takes a huge amount of effort and dedication. And you often build the best businesses, in our view, in the toughest of times. And people often ask, when do we think things are going to get easy? In our view, and it's a parallel to Jewish history, the challenges simply change as we overcome them. Building Discovery Bank has been no different. We started kind of going into COVID and then the most challenging economic cycle, but I can tell you we are far, far better for it. There have been no shortcuts, except maybe for the fast track at the airport. That's the only advert that you'll hear from me. But we've had to be better in every single respect, and I'd argue it's made us stronger. So at the same time, building a bank is a fundamental belief in our country. You never build a bank if you don't think it's going to last a lifetime, and that's exactly what we've set out to do. So while you hear about the sort of the startup nature of it, we're building it for forever in South Africa, and proudly so. My final point is that looking back at the benefit of learning from a father that was dedicated to his family and a mother who epitomized all that was absolutely good and made us believe that anything is possible. And I still carry that with me today. But I can tell you now that in our family, I realize more and more that my day job is by far the easiest. I've had the most remarkable support system in my wife, Leora, of nearly 25 years, who truly is the only reason I'm standing here, and our 4 kids who make it all worthwhile. So as I said, this award reflects the efforts of a brilliant, brilliant team. I'm grateful and honored We can all be proud of the businesses and institutions and the role that we collectively play as Jewish South Africans, and awards like these hopefully inspire many others to do exactly this, investing in our community and our country. We are small in number, but have the freedom and the potential to contribute so much. Thank you so much to Howard, under his leadership and the South African Jewish Report, the judges and Absa for committing so strongly and consistently to these awards. May we all be safe and healthy. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Another round of applause. Congratulations, Hilton. Beautiful. Just by announcing him as the winner, I got 400 vitality points, which is incredible, actually. I was so, I mean, this is a proper business. I got to tell you, I do go to the gym to get, I know it doesn't look it, but I try my best, okay, stuff you with your judgment. And I went back to gym for the first time at the beginning of this year, where they do this thing now called interval training. Extraordinary. You run as fast as you can for 10 seconds, and then you rest for 4 months. And I can't tell you how wonderful that is. I'm going back end of November, and I'm really looking forward to the results, if I'm honest with you. So thank you very much. Well done there. Now, we've got one more Absa award to give out. This is the Absa Professional Excellence Award, and we take a look now at the nominees.
The Absa Professional Excellence Award nominees are Professor Ryan Blumenthal, Arthur Goldstuck, Bradley Gordon, Brad Kellenbach, Stephen Kaplan, Jason Morris, Graham Shapiro, Mandy Token, Mandy Wiener, and Professor Heather Zaw.
And the winner for the Absa Professional Excellence Award, Professor Ryan Blumenthal.
An autopsy is the biggest procedure in the whole of medicine. At the end of an autopsy, there should be no questions left as to what is the cause of death. Where do I begin? I spend my days in the mortuary, and when I'm not in the mortuary, I'm in my office. My office is filled with plants because my days are surrounded by death, so therefore I'd like to be surrounded by life. So I've studied about 23 years. I like solving puzzles, and it does take a certain kind of person to do this. This is not for everyone. You wake up and then you go into the cold, hard world of the mortuary, into the mud and the blood and the guts of it, and you have to try and solve why people die. Forensic pathology services and the people practicing forensics in South Africa need to be acknowledged. These people are special people. You know, while you're watching this, they are at death scenes. They're using science to determine who done it. They're up at the wee hours of the morning. They really work under dire conditions. This tire is a lightning tire because I did my PhD on lightning. I was the star of Lightning Pathologist, the 8-part documentary on people's weather, which was seen by some 2.2 million people. On the 31st of August, 2023, was the recipient of the National Research Foundation Award for the Communication of Science. I don't do stuff for honors and awards though, I do stuff just for doing stuff. So that was a total unexpected surprise. And the award is actually a trip to America to attend one of the top science conferences next year called the American Academy of Sciences Conference. I just got off the plane from Durban because I had a whirlwind book tour up the entire KZN coast. I was all over the place launching my new book. I wrote the book Autopsy, which was a national bestseller. It went into 10 prints. And then I've recently written my new bestseller called Risking Life for Death. It's about the reader, it's about the viewer, the watcher. So it's all about lessons for the living from the autopsy table. I'm a sleight of hand magician. I'm a writer, birdwatcher, mountain biker, poet. However, they never remember me for my poetry. Ultimately, there's always a need for truth and integrity in society. No one else is going to solve how and why people die. So this is what we do. We're the final catch net to keep society civilized.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a part-time magician, we don't know where he will appear from. Go wild, it's Professor Ryan Blumenthal.
Sure, this is quite an honor, I must say, unexpected, eh? And yeah, it's for acknowledgement of forensic pathology services, for forensic science and forensic pathology. My colleagues currently in Israel are doing hugely important work. The world needs to know what happened, and it's forensic pathologists are key players in documenting what happened. So we are here to document, because there's something that happens after atrocities that very few people talk about. Typically happens about 5 to 10 to 20 years afterwards, and that's conspiracy theories and denialism. And no one else can combat this except forensic science and forensic pathology. We literally speak for the dead to protect the living. And when I first heard that quote by Thomas D'Arcy, I thought, it's a bit arrogant. I mean, who am I to talk for the dead? You know, I must talk for myself. But now, as I get older and as I do more autopsies, I realize this job is actually to speak for the dead, to protect the living. And another thing I need to mention just before I go, and I'm deeply honored for this today, and this is dedicated, as I said, to all my colleagues that practice under very dire conditions. But it's a quote of the practical homicide investigator, which was in the book by Vernon G. Gerberth called Practical Homicide Investigation. And I just want to tell you this quote, if I may, before I go. It says, you know, the Lord God said, "Thou shalt not kill." Death investigation constitutes a heavy responsibility. And as such, let no person deter you from your own personal commitment to see that justice is done, not only for the deceased, but for the surviving family as well. Remember, you're working for God. Thank you very much.
Well done. Fantastic. I hope you're having a good night, ladies and gentlemen. You know, on an evening like this, we get to see live entertainment. We're about to see an item now. You're here to support those who have made incredible contributions in the community. I myself, when I get stressed out, I'm a movie man. I don't know if we have movie watchers here. Do you have cinema goers? That's right, just the two of you. That's exactly according to my research as well. I go to the cinema, it's me and those two ladies. And it's very strange because they then come and sit next to me, and I find it very unsettling, if I'm honest. The fact that they're here tonight is also unusual, and I'm going to have to ask again to respect the restraining order, all right? Stay away from me. Why would you leave now? This is the start of my comedy set. I'm having such fun. Please come back. I love you. Are you going? All right. See you soon. Love you. Love you. Love you. Love you too. Beautiful. I'm glad he's gone. Everyone else I was enjoying, but he was irritating me. I don't know why. He's so lovely, but something was just, you know, he's sweet. He's lovely. I don't know if he'll be back. I think he's had enough. Ladies and gentlemen, going to the movies is a delight these days, and I managed finally to catch James Cameron's masterpiece, Avatar. Did you see this? The Way of Water. Brilliant film, 3 hours and 28 minutes long. So by the end, very much The Way of Water. So the reason that's funny, sir, is that I've mentioned water twice, but the second time it was a very different context, and they instantly recognized that. But you gave me nothing. Honestly, I need you to work harder. Okay, I'm not going to speak to you again. You're in an audience. And in Afrikaans, of course, the word avatar is pronounced avatar. A lot of people don't know that, which has a wonderful fluidity. Avatar, the way of water. I'm sorry if I'm having more fun than you. Stay with me. Of course, James Cameron also gave us the masterpiece that was the Titanic movie back in 1997. 25 years old now. It came to South Africa beginning of 1998. And that movie as well, Titanic, was The Way of Water. Is that too soon, folks? You'll let me know, hey? I don't want to upset you or anybody who was on that boat. But in a way, the Titanic movie was a prequel to Avatar, an icebreaker, if you will. And I think you will, because if you consider the ending of the Titanic movie, and again, spoiler alert, the boat is sinking. If you didn't know that, I apologize. And many of the passengers end up in the icy ocean, freezing, and they turn blue. And that was the start of Avatar. So there we go. I try and bring you new perspectives where I can. It's a pleasure. Again, just a bit of applause at the back of the room, which then moved further away. And that was heartwarming. So thank you. I'll be back after this magnificent item. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Ryan Paymer.
On the planet, in blinking, stepped into the sun. There's more to be seen that can never be seen. There's more to do that can never be done. There's far too much to take in here, more to find that can never be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great and small on the air of this round. In the circle of life, and it moves us all through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place on this path unwinding.
Huge round of applause. Thank you very much, Ryan and the African Soul Ensemble. Absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, we now virtually present the Kirsch Family Lifetime Achievement Award in honor of Helen Suzman. And so please take a look at this message from Wendy Fisher.
Greetings, everyone. I am so honored to join you on this momentous occasion. I only wish I could be with you in person. Thank you to the Jewish Achievers team for curating another fabulous evening. I wanted to speak a little about the Kirsch Family Lifetime Achievement Award and the meaning of this year's theme, More Than. What does it mean to be more than? An individual is more than just what meets the eye. A community is more than just the sum of its parts. A country is more than just its history or even its present moment. To me, the phrase more than signals not just going above and beyond, but a mentality of thinking outside of oneself, past the present moment and beyond social expectations. In my life, I often look to creatives for inspiration and wisdom. And the theme of more than calls to mind a 1966 artwork created by Yoko Ono titled Mend Piece. It consists of a poem and a set of instructions. The poem reads, "Mend with wisdom, mend with love. It will mend the earth at the same time." The instructions that Yoko Ono came up with for this performative piece that should be followed by any museum that shares the work calls for a long table and chairs, a series of shelves, piles of broken white porcelain, cups and saucers, and then glue, tape, and string. Participants are invited to sit around the table with friends or alongside strangers and to create sculptural forms through the assemblage of porcelain shards. Previously functional crockery rendered useless in broken parts is then revived through an act of art, original forms of extraordinary variety and beauty. It's hard to imagine this beauty I'm describing. After all, are we not talking about piles of broken things? No. We are talking about a process of people sitting alongside one another, puzzling, creating, meditating, a collective mending born of unexpected intimacy. And through this gentle process, a constellation of object emerges as a portrait of connection and community. This artwork immediately resonated with me for the symbolism it holds for our country, its broken state, and its capacity for resilience. 50 years after Yoko Ono conceived of this piece, we realized that at A4 Arts, my foundation in Cape Town, people from all walks of life, young and old, religious and secular, sat together and created new sculptural forms. It was a remarkably supportive space. Guards were down and care was up. I have a mantra that 1 + 1 = 11. Ono's work exemplifies this. She challenges us to reimagine what is possible, to transform the mundane into the magical, and invites us to find beauty in collective creation. To mend, in this case, is not to fix or return to order. Rather, to mend is to reach beyond the known, to create and to innovate. To mend is to make more than from less. I am delighted to announce that this year's recipient is a prime example of a leader who brings talented people together with the knowledge that they will each contribute something valuable and unique to the greater effort. He is both a pioneer and a force, a leader, a visionary, an entrepreneur, a pillar of our community. He has undertaken important challenges. He is a creative, a champion for South African artistic talent to the world, and a staunch advocate for South Africa's future. This year's winner is Robbie Brosen. On behalf of our whole community and all the Kirsch family, I would like to say to you, Robbie, thank you for all that you do for us and the country, and huge congratulations. Mazal tov.
I worked for my dad at a company called Teltron, and I really hated it. And we used to go to Mozambique for holidays a lot and eat a lot of peri-peri chicken. I met Fernando a few years before, and we used to go and eat at little Portuguese places in the south of Joburg. And I said, let's take this chicken to the world. I mean, we didn't know the business, we didn't know anything, and we bought into a little place. Fernando and I just fell in love with the restaurant business.
So I first met Robbie when the mighty Nando's empire consisted of 3 stores.
We selected Hunt Lascaris as an emerging young agency.
And we proposed that Nando's become an irreverent brand.
And it wasn't by design. I mean, it was limited by budget because we never had money to spend on flighting the ads. And that was really the start of Nando's creativity.
We are growing, Chief.
Great ideas are really what's going to change the world, and it's what's going to change South Africa, it's going to change Johannesburg. And from a Nando's point of view, I really believe that great art makes our chicken taste better. There's a South African soul to the brand, and it's that soul and that we've actually exported, and we've exported that creative energy.
It was a young business full of hope, full of optimism, full of inspiration, but properly chaotic at the time. All of the magic, all the things that Nando's believes in, everything that has made us successful emanated from those first few restaurants with Robbie, from the values of the business to it being all about people. For Robbie, it's people, and then it's a few more people.
Good people make good chicken, which makes a happy bank manager. I mean, it's a very simple kind of formula, but very difficult to execute we now got 1,200 restaurants in 23 countries. I was the CEO of the business from the first store to 1,000 stores, and process becomes a very big part of a business when you get to a certain level.
Robbie was wise enough to recognize that he needed to get some professional management and support to help him to scale the business.
And so I stepped out. And when you step away, you've got time on your hands, a little bit of money, you're in trouble.
Robbie loves this business like he loves a child. So to give your child to somebody else to raise is an incredibly brave and difficult decision to make. But Robbie knew he had to do it. And the bit that I could see is the magic and the inspiration, and the thing that makes Nando's so special was Robbie. So if Robbie lost his soul, the business would lose its soul.
The CEO of the UK business, Rob Paps, 3 o'clock in the morning in a Barcelona pub, pointed his finger down at me and he said, "My soul man, you've lost your soul."
It was, I think, a moment that Robbie recognized how important he was to us all.
And I thought to myself, it's true. I need to get my soul back, and I need to get my soul back through purpose. That's when I linked up with Sherwin and Kim Lazarus, and we formed Goodbye Malaria.
Nobody would have associated peri-peri with eradicating malaria.
And to Robbie, it made absolute sense.
He didn't want to go and sit in rooms at the United Nations. Robbie wants to just get on and do and show what's possible.
Malaria really was an African problem that should be solved by African entrepreneurs as opposed to with a begging basket.
He started connecting dots that nobody else would.
He has this remarkable ability to straddle these different worlds and to connect people from these different worlds.
If you're up for it, he's willing to give you the chance to make a difference.
Robbie's lighthouse seems to be, how can I make this world a better place, not just how can I sell more chicken.
Robbie lives his values, that he takes into the wider circle of his community. It's driven by that same purity and purpose and desire for all to be well.
Last year, our program protected more than 4 million people. It's grown exponentially over the years, and the most exciting thing is we are incredibly close to malaria elimination in southern Mozambique.
Is your life's work just to amass money and then just spend it as conspicuously as possible? Just not.
He just sees stuff differently.
I was never in the struggle, and I regret that. Now, there's a second struggle that I think is emerging, and that is a struggle against poverty. And for me, if we can't fix Joburg, the whole country and then the whole continent really is in serious trouble if this generation doesn't get stuck in. And I found my courage to do that through the Constitution of South Africa.
Robbie believes our Constitution is the rock. We just actually need to make it work. We need to bring it to life. And that's what Robbie is really good at doing.
What Madiba and de Klerk gave civil society was a Lego set and said, now go build this country.
He has this vision to really impact Barra, to digitize it from a health records perspective.
With the Barra project and the One Heart, One Beat for Barra, where we've put together a strategy of how does one make a difference to Barra, to the people of Barra, because ultimately it's the people of Barra, which is the people of Soweto, which is the people of Johannesburg and the people of South Africa. And that led to Prof. Jerome Loveland stepping up and saying, look, I'd like to trial this. And he put cash in. And 20 of his clinicians then got round together with the software developers, BSc and their team.
And we rolled out this revolutionary app-based health information system that's got the potential to reach, the rest of Baragwanath Hospital and Africa.
We're going to have a lot of access to research, and particularly in our pediatric surgical research, which is going to be game changer, I believe.
His idea was that VET was going to become that funneling point between civil society that he represents and, of course, changing the national conversations around where this country ought to go. We can make this country, through Johannesburg, through public institutions like VET, into the country that we want our grandchildren to thrive in.
What we're going to be doing is renovating the city of Joburg. Once you start getting involved in a few projects and you start feeling the energy, and Joburg is going to turn around, in my mind, very, very quickly. And there are a lot of plans that we're busy scheming and working. If we can do things on the Nelson Mandela Bridge, for example.
My students sometimes do get marked along the bridge. And, it is quite demoralizing. And Rob was able to kind of almost see through that barrier and look around the corner and say, here's a practical way of doing things.
So it's not like we're recreating anything, we're actually building on it.
In the next 3-4 years, I promise you that we'll have a vibrant city. We'll turn the city around.
The idea came up was that Anglo have relocated from the inner city of Joburg to Rosebank. I then opened my mouth saying that Nando stayed in Troyville. We've changed the neighborhood by just staying in the neighborhood, and really Anglo have to play a role in cleaning the city of Joburg. So I really felt passionate that Anglo have got to be involved in a project and have to see the vision of this. And they did.
Robin somehow is connected to Conhills, connected to Wits, connected to Anglo, and then those dots start to, become bigger and bigger and bigger.
I reached out to a friend of mine, Brett Morris. He guided me to Melusi Mhlungu.
And he said to me, Melusi, how do you feel about coming back home and being a part of trying to help reimagine the city of Joburg and bring hope back into the inner city and bring hope back into the people of SA.
He had a choice of going to become Puff Daddy's kind of creative director.
I just decided it was time for me to make an impact, make change. And so Josie My Josie was born.
Malu's whole campaign is about how we bring love back to Joburg.
Once we give people the sense of ownership, we're going to take better care of the city that we all love.
But we're going to do it our way, and our way is the way of the people.
Josie My Josie Super Connector, inspired by Mzansi's Super Connector, Robbie My Robstar.
It is the moment, but what a moment and what a privilege. In 30 years we'll look back and the grandchildren will say, well, where were you in the second uprising? And you've got to say, well, I was fixing the Nelson Mandela Bridge, or I was fixing a homeless strategy in the city. So we've got to understand this road that we're gonna walk is a long, hard road. Listen to the music under the noise. South Africa is full, and Africa is full of music. And that music is driven by the creators. It's the crazies that are going to wake the nation. Being part of Nando's has really given me the opportunity to do all these projects, enabling me to be the best me that I can do by helping others, freeing me up to be able to play in a sandpit of purpose, which is just, I mean, I have to pinch myself of the privilege that I have. I'm starting to dream in color now, properly.
In tough times, he finds that little lighthouse and he nudges you towards that.
Optimism is the belief that things will get better. Hope is the belief that we can make things better. And Robbie is someone who inspires hope.
He's got that enormous positive energy.
He's a very practical man, passion, energy, and doing that with incredible love and enthusiasm for his country.
It is the Robbie Brozens of this world that really are the ones that make an impact every day.
For me, the Constitution of South Africa and the preamble to the Constitution is one of the most sacred documents ever. And it starts with we, the people of South Africa. We recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who have suffered for freedom in our land, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. And we, the people, means that it's up to us now. Madiba gave it to us. This is our moment. So we've got to get into the streets and start doing stuff as we, the people, because it's a very powerful, powerful message to the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor. We give you Robbie Brozen.
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't seen that video, and it's absolutely exceptional. Man-Made did something really extraordinary, and huge, huge thank you. It's a massive, massive honor for me to be here. And to the Chief Rabbi and Rabbonim that are here, and any ambassadors, all protocol observed. As most people know, I don't really observe protocol, but I will tonight in honor of Howie, and I want to thank Howie. I think that the community, Howie, many people have thanked you tonight, but from my heart, I can't even explain the words that I feel for you tonight. And what you have done for this community over COVID, but your sense of touch and style and just your whole way of doing things is just incredible. You are an exceptional creative, and thank you for that. I want to thank the Kirsch family for this massive award, and in the name of Helen Suzman, a huge hero of mine as well. And I want to also just thank my mom, my late dad, whose shoulders I stand on every day. And my mom misses him every day. And Howie, I must say, every Saturday morning, I share with my mom my week. And she tells me, why doesn't the Jewish Report talk about good things that you're doing every week? And so, Mom, tonight, hopefully next week, I'll talk a little bit about some of the stuff. But really, thank you. And to my mother-in-law, to late Herb as well, just for giving us the kind of rock and the stability in our family and the medical side to our family and maybe the barrier edge that we've got. But also a massive thanks to my kids, to Dan and Sarah, who said, I said I wouldn't remember them in my speech, to Jonty and Haley, to JJ and Alon, and to our nine magnificent grandchildren that you've given us, which is our purpose for living, is something exceptional. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you every single day. To Laurie, my buttie, to Robin, my butt has always been there for me, through thick and thin. Whenever I've gone through real trouble, Laurie's the one that's been there, and thank you for that. And to Gary, Nilana, Gary, my running partner, my psychologist, for keeping me positive and keeping me fit. We don't run as much as we should, but we do. At least we're out there. And Rabbi Pogrund, on every step of this journey, you have been with me on all the projects, every single project, from introduced me to Rose, who's been a backbone of Barra, to everything that we've done. You've just been a sounding board and a real proper mensch, and what you've done for Gibbs is just exceptional, and a true friend of mine, and I can't thank you enough. To Marissa and Sal, Marissa for Kosher Nando's and for taking abuse. We've got 1,200 restaurants and one kosher one in the world. It's probably the toughest restaurant in the world to run. And you do a most magnificent job, and really big honor to you. You own it, you run it, and you just take all the pain off me. I can't even tell you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To Avi, I can't thank you enough, Avs. So special for what you do for the family. And for John Hunt, his creative genius and his simplicity that he's done for me has been exceptional. But probably the most important person for me tonight is Lee. I can't tell you, over COVID and the rough times that we did, my wife stood by me. We had some real difficult moments of deciding. We didn't know whether we were going to be around in COVID and as a business, and she just stood by me and stood through everything, and she's just the true values of our Eishes Chayil and the rock of our family. I can't even tell you enough. You hold us all together. Ed, thank you for everything that you do. We're truly living in the most extraordinary and stressful and sad times. But it's also times that can redefine the platform of future generations, and that future generations can really, really thrive. And it is through chaos and these moments of chaos that true change occurs. And it is through taking optimistic action and hope that opportunities are truly created. And there is no greater purpose in life than building shelter where we might never sit under, but we know that is for future generations. To me, that is the greatest purpose in life. And the projects that we're doing, for me, is all about the future. And Rabbi Lord Sachs inspired me with the words, always listen to the music under the noise, as was mentioned in the video. And that music to me, certainly over the last 5 years, and even more so than now, has had two tracks. The first track for me has been Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of Chabad's Brocha. He said that South Africa will be good until Moshiach comes, and even better after that. We've got to keep bringing light to a dark world. And the second track for me, and Howie promised me I could read our beloved Constitution. So Howie, while everyone's eating main course, I'm going to read our preamble. But the preamble, the South African Constitution, and especially the gateway document, the preamble to the Constitution, that so beautifully articulates our job description as South Africans and citizens of the world. When Cheryl Carolus asked me to become a trustee at Conhill Trust, I'd never visited Conhill. I'm absolutely embarrassed to say that I'd never been to Conhill. Conhill was a jail number 4, that closed down in 1983. I went to Wits in 1980, I partied and jawled in Hillbrow, and I never even thought that jail number 4 existed. or that people were incarcerated, that people like that people were incarcerated. Mandela was incarcerated there. Joe Slovo was incarcerated there. That people were incarcerated there while I was jollying at Wits. As I said, I was never part of the struggle, and so it made me feel sick when I first visited there and understood what happened. I've never felt more sick and more guilty. And so that's the point when Cheryl changed my life. When I accepted to become a trustee, Cheryl changed my life there, because our constitution is the gift that President Mandela and President de Klerk gave us, and that the struggle gave us. It is a pact made in the name of the people of South Africa. It's not the government that made it. It's the people of South Africa. It sets out the vision of our nation. It's our blueprint for change. And constitutions don't implement themselves. People implement constitutions. It identifies human dignity, equality, and freedom as founding democratic values of our magnificent South African society. And I also like to hugely acknowledge Judge L.B. Sachs's influence on my life and his whole thought of soft vengeance, of how to deal with things that go against you. And I really recommend you reading L.B.'s books, because his whole concept of soft vengeance is a magnificent way of handling tragedy. So now the moment that you've all been waiting for is the reading of the preamble. It is we, and it's a magnificent, magnificent document. It is a document that has given me hope, and the Chief Rabbi so magnificently quoted it this week, and it is so powerful. It is we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to, and this is our job description, heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi sikaleli Afrika, Morena Boloko se chaba se Jesu. God seën South Africa. God bless South Africa. Mudzima fulatsi Africa. Hosi ketikisa Africa. A little known fact is that more people died in that time of President Mandela being released and the writing of this preamble and the Constitution. More people died in South Africa over that time than in the whole struggle. And most people forget that. And so our Constitution was the most widely negotiated and the most toughest negotiated Constitution. And the making of our Constitution is really the making of South Africa. And that's really what gives us the strength. Now, talking on some of the projects that we've initiated, and all the projects that we've initiated are through the lens of our Constitution and are really the backbone of this award. And I truly am, because we are. The Nando's Changing Lives initiative through art, design, clothing, farming, and music are written into the Nando's DNA. Our impact on the creative society is a complete joy and privilege and feeds our soul every day. Goodbye Malaria under Sherwin Kim, Francois Roche, and the team. We protect the most vulnerable. We started insecticide spraying in one hut 10 years ago in Mozambique, and the impact there is truly amazing. With partners now like the Bill and Melinda Gates and the Global Fund, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Global Fund as steadfast partners going forward. We've ensured this year that 4.5 million people are being protected against malaria in Mozambique, Eswatini, and South Africa. Proper respect to that team. The Barra One Heart, One Beat program, under the bravery, absolute bravery, of the Wits Vice-Chancellor, Prof. Vilakazi. And I want to pay tribute to Prof. Vilakazi. Okay? I love that man. I can tell you right now. When I first met him, and I met him on the Barra project, I was a Witsie myself. And I never went back to Wits. I never wore the ring, never wore the T-shirt. I didn't like going back to Wits. I don't know what it was. I wasn't the best student, so I guess that was part of it. until I met Prof. Vilakazi and I fell in love with WITS again. WITS is a world-class educational institution. My personal mission and vision is that my grandchildren graduate there. Just like their great-great-grandparents, their grandparents, their parents. So it's so many generations. And Prof, I know under your stewardship over the next couple of years, WITS is going to get better and better. The confidence I have in WITS, I can't even tell you. I am bursting with what the potential is of WITS. WITS celebrating its centenary. And your kind of strength of guiding us through this Barra project, together with Prof. Loveland and Dr. Lucia, has been something absolutely exceptional. And we're going to change and impact the most vulnerable and the invisible at Barra. Just watch this space. Because with you guys, we are going to do something exceptional. And to me, it's an exceptionally committed, ordinary people that are leaning in and making a difference. The Josie My Josie project, again with WITS, but with Prof Maurice Radebe, who runs the business school, with Anglo American and the major banks, and the creative genius of Malusi Mhlungu and Brett Morris, we're going to ignite hope, trust, and service delivery back into the CBD of Joburg. Everyone has given up on Josie. Okay? And through the creatives, we are going to show that the creatives are going to lead the charge. The crazy ones are going to change this city. Just watch. We are unleashing proper craziness. With Brett and Lucy, you're going to check what's going to happen. And our mission there is that our mission and purpose is to make the invisible visible. And I want to pay tribute here to one of the previous winners, which is Teddy Blatcher. I can't tell you what Teddy has done in that inner city. I cannot even tell you. The Maurishi Invincibility Institute for the last 25 years, and he's also been quite invisible. And I'm absolutely delighted that he's winning here tonight, because he should be recognized at the highest levels. And what he has impacted is just absolutely crazy. So We the People is extraordinarily powerful. And don't be confused about the quality of the youth in South Africa. The youth in South Africa have a greater responsibility than I've ever seen. And they are absolutely at the forefront of creativity. So now is our time to lean in. It's civil society's moment. It's our moment. It really is an impact for people to stand up, ordinary people to stand up and take command. And don't be scared. Everybody, it's up to each individual. And my last quote from Rabbi Sacks is that there is no better way to flood life with meaning than to have lifted others and helped them to a greatness they never knew they had. To have, together with others, righted some of the wrongs of this injured earth and its creatures. To have acted rather than waited for others to act, and to have brought others with you. For the greatest leaders on earth or heaven cannot stand alone. We are living through the next struggle, the struggle against apartheid. It really is Amandla Awetu again. And quoting Pirkei Avot, if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? And so I want to urge everybody to go out next year and vote. It is one of the constitutional rights we have. And we want to make change in this country. Go and make your mark. And so I gratefully, gratefully accept this award on behalf of everyone who works tirelessly, 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week, with our vision to have fun and make money, to change the way the world thinks about chicken, and changing lives, one chicken at a time. Howie, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to call on Dr. Dorian Wheel to help hand over the award. of applause. Congratulations, Robbie. Absolutely stupendous. So this is it. We're, Robbie, as you make your way down, we're going to, our next musical item is actually one of your favorite songs. We'll be announcing that in a moment. But I was happy to share with you that Europcar, one of our sponsors here tonight, has given me a great ride for the last couple of days. I'm always grateful. When you do corporate functions, you can always tell the relationship with the client depending on the kind of car that you get. Sometimes you get an Audi or a Mercedes. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But a couple of days, Mercedes, anyway. And but last week I was given, and this was a delight, a Mahindra. Has anyone driven this car? It's a magnificent vehicle, the Mahindra. In Hindi, Mahindra means slower than you think, but much, much smaller than you expected. And as you get into the Mahindra, you are also coincidentally getting out of the Mahindra. Existentially, it's a powerful moment. You are both within and without the vehicle. It's a tremendous vehicle. The steering wheel sits just underneath your nipples. That's with the seat fully reclined. And it doesn't actually have a gear lever. You've got to reach behind. I reached back too far. I pulled out a spark plug that made the car go faster. So that was a delight. 0 to 100 in 3 weeks. If you do get a chance to drive Mahindra, walk. That would be my advice here tonight. Of course, traveling at the moment is a delight, not only across our beautiful country. For the first time in 3 years since COVID, I got a chance to go to London. I flew Virgin, but on British Airways. And it was... Take your time. Not all the jokes are for now. Some of them you can enjoy tomorrow afternoon. There's no real pressure. There was a tricky moment on our flight, if I'm honest. They caught a couple having sex in economy class. I know. Outrageous. I can't tell you how it upset the guy in the middle seat. He was particularly annoyed, but was wearing a mask, so fully protected, so that was good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor now to introduce a legend, but welcoming him back to the stage as he performs one of Robbie's favorite songs, and we are going to give him a big round of applause. If you will, please join us in welcoming back Vusi Mahlasela and joining him Solofelo Papo as they give us Say Africa.
Thank you very please. All right, say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. We crossed Zimbabwe's border, flew over the dry fields of my homeland, coming into Joburg, the suntan swimming pools and the Soweto shacks, airports and railway stations, stranded with a rucksack and guitar. The languages and the places change, and the sky has different stars. I may be walking in the streets of a city called London, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart say Africa. 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 Sticks sticks and stones than the UN loans and the passport controls for countries that don't exist. It's a big world, they have their own problems, everyone, and there's gold in that clenched fist. People ask me where I'm from, I say Mamelodi Township, in a city called Tshwane, meaning we are the same. I have a friend who's a great musician and is from Epai, near King Williamstown. You know where Steve Biko was born? You might have read or seen a film about Africa. You know, it's a big continent with a great gift of Ubuntu. I may be walking in the streets of a city called London, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart will say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart will say Africa. Say Africa, 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 say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of a city called Amsterdam, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart will say Africa. I may be walking in the streets of New York, yeah, but the dust on my boots and the rhythm of my feet and my heart will say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa. Say Africa, I say Africa, Africa, oh, Ubuntu man, Sinabo, say Africa, say Africa, I say Africa, say Africa, say Africa, say Africa. 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 Say Africa, say Africa, say Africa, say Africa, say Africa. Say Africa. Thank you very please. Thank you very please.
Another huge round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. Absolutely brilliant. All right, folks, it's time for the Europcar Women in Leadership Award. And please welcome the CEO of Motors Car Rental, Martin Lydell. And as he comes to the stage, take a look at these nominees.
Experience the magic of an African sunrise or sunset. At Europcar, we've been privileged to be a part of thousands of journeys across our beautiful country for over 4 decades. We are proud to serve a diverse range of customers. We move you so that you can explore the wonders of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini. From corporate travelers, government officials, and the insurance replacement industry, to leisure seekers, international adventurers, and travel management companies and agents. We also partner with several leading brands to offer enhanced rewards and incentives when renting with Europcar. Our car and van rental fleet of quality vehicles caters to every need. Whether it's a runaround, a sleek executive car for your next business trip, a rugged 4x4 to escape into the wild, or a versatile SUV for unforgettable holidays, we have the perfect drive for you. We offer an extensive range of mobility solutions to make your journey with us that much simpler. Daily, weekly, monthly, or long-term vehicle rentals, as well as Superflex, our subscription-based rental offering. Unlock a world of exclusive rental benefits by joining our Drive Club. Say goodbye to waiting in queues and filling out paperwork. With our state-of-the-art, ready-to-go express checkout, you can pick up your vehicle swiftly and hit the road in no time. With our extensive footprint, commitment to exceptional customer service, innovative solutions, your journey with us can start from anywhere. It's time to embark on an unforgettable adventure and chase those African sunsets. Mint anyone? Europcar, moving your way.
The Europcar Women in Leadership Award nominees are Chava Alta, Andrea Ben, Anne Bernstein, Dr. Carolyn Fedler-Batsoven, Dolores Fauché, Yael Geffen, Professor Beverly Kramer, Janine Lazarus, Charlene Lewison, Felicia Mirovitz Singh, Laura Nathan, Donna Rachelson, Gia Whitehead, and Mandy Wheeler.
I'm very pleased to announce that this year there is a joint winner of the Europcar Women in Leadership Award, and the winners are Gia Whitehead and Mandy Wheeler.
This year, selecting the Europcar Women in Leadership recipient was very challenging.
With the caliber of entrants that we found, it was very difficult to be able to end up with one winner.
These two winners were the epitome of resilience, determination, focus, authenticity, social responsibility, putting truth to power, being creative, and impacting other people such that they want other people to follow them in the way that they both do. They are both absolute leaders in their field.
You ladies were outstanding, and I hope that you continue to do the amazing work that you are doing in South Africa.
For the first time, the Europcar Women in Leadership Award goes to two very, very deserving recipients. Congratulations to Mandy and Gia.
I'm Gia Whitehead. I am the CEO and co-founder of Tsiba Business School. We are a free-to-student business school. We opened our doors in 2004, pioneering education around entrepreneurship and leadership. My leadership style is about having a strong sense of who I am and what my purpose is to make a place better. And I feel that if other people are aligned to that vision, then things flow easily. Whilst I do believe in a woman bringing a softer side, a more intuitive way of working with people, I also am very practical and determined and hardworking, and I believe that a sense of strong voice and decisiveness is also important, and obviously with integrity and humbleness. Tsiba is a place which is really focused on transitioning youth from unemployment into employment and trying to change the future trajectory of South Africans and youth in our country, considering the high unemployment rate in South Africa, which is almost at 60%, and how this number shrinks to less than 10% when armed with a tertiary degree. And so we're really focused on helping deserving and determined young people who were traditionally excluded to not only gain access to quality tertiary education, but to succeed. And we've chosen to do that through business education, focused on entrepreneurial leadership. And this is really our focus to change the massive youth unemployment in South Africa and also create South Africa's future leaders.
Latest news, breaking stories,
expert analysis.
All you need to know in 60 minutes.
This is the Midday Report with Mandy Wiener
on 702.
I'm Mandy Wiener. I'm a journalist, an author, a broadcaster, and the host of the Midday Report on 702. I usually schlep my kids to school in the mornings. There's probably a little bit of paddle involved at some point during the day. My daily fixture is doing radio and doing the Midday Report. And very quickly, a letter from the president was sent to Busisiwe Mkhwebane, and many people say, sure, he manages to act very expeditiously when necessary, but it takes him a very long time to act on anything else. I often try and write a book on the back burner, so I'll do a little bit of that, I'll do some interviews for that, I will try and write a certain word count a day. And if we're going to stop corruption in South Africa, we have to encourage whistleblowers to come forward, reward them and protect them. I'll have daily writing commitments as well, and potentially a talk at a conference or something like that. So I try and just manage my time really, really well.
During the Zuma era, what we saw was an entire parallel state being set up. In every single state-owned entity, every law enforcement agency, we saw an evisceration. We saw good civil servants being pushed out and people coming in as part of this organized crime network.
I've had the great privilege of having a front row seat to history for the past 2 decades, and there's nothing quite like a big breaking news story, and I've been very, very lucky and privileged to be able to cover some of those. And some of those have been the Oscar Pistorius trial.
The state could then call a series of witnesses to testify about Pistorius' volatile temper, his keen interest in weapons, and additional charges he's facing relating to the reckless and negligent discharge of a firearm.
Jacob Zuma being in court or any big news event really. And there really is an adrenaline rush that comes with it when it's a big breaking news event, but then also just the ability to be able to digest it and break it down and give context and analysis is something I love to do as well. Our problems are deep, they are profound, they are complex, and I think that we need real solutions. I am very invested in South Africa and in being an active citizen. I think it's important to motivate other people to do the same. As a journalist, I feel that my role is to continue to do my job as well as I can, to make sure that I hold power to account, I continue to expose wrongdoing, but also in how I influence the way that people think about the country and talk about the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Gia Whitehead and Mandy Wiener.
I really didn't expect this, so I am overwhelmed and quite emotional. So I've been doing this for nearly 20 years, and it feels like there's something about the people in this room specifically that are really here and making a big difference in this country. And if it wasn't for all of this power, we wouldn't still be here today, and I think we'd all really hear about creating a strong sense of hope for South Africa. and changing, this beautiful place that we all, want to live in and are so proud of. So in the video, it speaks to really what for me is around purpose. And I think we all do something every day, and we don't always find it so soon, or we spend our whole lives looking for that. But Tsiba has been that place for me, and really finding something that you're so passionate about because you're seeing so many people's lives changing daily. Students who are the first time in their family ever to go to university, let alone ever just, traveling or being part of a working world, and the change and shift that makes back is just huge. And the work of people like Taddy, who inspired me and I worked with in 2001 and many years ago, are really, it's proof of what we're able to achieve. And we speak about this gemstone, and our students are these shards of amazing. And they may have this potential already inside of them, but it just takes that ignition of who they are to really build and change. And I think what's really important is that we're not just creating job seekers, but job creators that are going to change the lives of South Africa. Yeah, so thank you. This is really unexpected and wonderful. And I'll just leave you with a quote that I say to my students, is that, in the words of Zig Ziglar, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Firstly, just congratulations to Gia and all the other phenomenal women who were finalists in this category tonight. So many of you here, absolutely, just to be recognized amongst you is an honor in itself. So congratulations to all of you. As that formidable Jewish women leader Golda Meir said, don't be humble, you're not that great. So I'll do my best to listen to Golda tonight. And it's been a bad week for journalism. I'm sure many of you will agree that it's been a bad week for journalism. And what we've seen over the past fortnight really is so much disinformation and misinformation and bias. And it just goes to show how important it is to have credible, trustworthy sources. And 2 weeks ago, Major General Itai Baver said, upon seeing the atrocities at Kfar Aza, he said he immediately thought of General Eisenhower, who upon liberating the camps in the Holocaust, that he immediately called in the media to ensure that the world knew about what had happened. And he decided to do exactly the same thing at Kfar Aza, to make sure that the world knew about what was happening in Israel. And that just goes to show how important it is that you have a really, really strong fourth estate and really strong, credible, trustworthy news sources across the globe so that we know who to believe and who to trust, and that we be discerning about our sources as well. And I'm incredibly honored and very grateful that many in this community consider me to be one of those sources that is trustworthy and credible, and I do consider that an enormous responsibility to make sure that I do always try and tell the truth and try and be as credible as possible. And I'm also incredibly grateful that I've always felt celebrated by this community. I've always felt very much of the Jewish community in South Africa. From when I was a little girl growing up in Petersburg, now Polokwane, and being in that Jewish community and being raised by my parents, mom and dad. I hope you are Kleibing Nachas, watching from Israel. But I very much felt that the Jewish values were instilled in me as part of that community, and all the way through my career, from when I started chasing news stories, from the times when I'd have to, Rabbonim, leave the Shabbos table to go and report on a train crash in Davidton, in the middle of a Friday night supper, or whatever it was, and throughout my career, I've always felt very much celebrated by this community, and I'm very grateful for that,
for all of you who stopped me in the Norwood hypermarket to ask my opinion, to the Joburg Jewish mommies. I know you're in the room, so thank you to all of you as well. It's just that community that I feel so much a part of. So thank you to all of you. Thank you for everyone for celebrating the work that I do, for sharing my Facebook posts, and for listening to 702 when you could be listening to something else. And of course to the Jewish Report as well, to Howie, to Dina, thank you for putting me at your family table tonight. It's a great privilege. And thank you to Peter as well, to Europcar, thank you very much. And I also just want to acknowledge everyone working here tonight, and the CSO grafters who are pulling extra shifts at the moment as well. We see you and we're very grateful for you. And then just lastly, I have to thank my husband, who probably does not want to be acknowledged, but I have to thank him and everything he does for me as well. And I just want to leave you with a comment or a quote from someone who I think is just an inspiration, a phenomenal woman to me. And I had the great fortune earlier this year of having tea and biscuits with the 102-year-old Holocaust survivor Ella Blumenthal, who is just one of the most amazing women, who lost so many of her own family members in the Shoah, who survived the gas chambers of Majdanek, who survived Auschwitz, and still has the most remarkable outlook on the world, and whose mission it is, like General Eisenhower, to just remind people about what happened in the Holocaust. And I've thought about her a lot the last 2 weeks, and the comments that she always makes. And when I had tea and biscuits with her, I said, why do you do this? Why do you always tell people? And she says, there is no room for hate. And I think about that a lot. And I think about the power of women like Ella Blumenthal. So thank you very much to all of you. And thank you for this great acknowledgement.
Another round of applause to two remarkable women. Congratulations both. All right, folks, to present the Entrepreneur Award, please welcome Director of the SA Jewish Report, Herschel Javits. And as he makes his way to the stage, take a look at these nominees.
The Entrepreneur Award nominees are David Akinen, Doran Gavronsky, Jonathan Goldberg, Cody Gordon, Gilan Gork, Luke Jadakin and Claude Hannon, Nicholas Engel, Aria Kelman, Michael Levine, Simon Lipschitz, Racheli Marks, Jonathan Shapiro, and Dan Tates.
Thank you. Entrepreneurship is about taking an idea and a dream and converting it into something tangible. It's about taking the risk of optimism, and it's about building for future and for future generations. And there are few things that are more entrenched in the DNA of our beautiful community than taking the risk of optimism and building for future generations. And the stories we've heard tonight from Philip Kravitz, from Robbie Brosen, Cape Union Mart, Nando's, to iconic brands in South Africa and in the world typify exactly that. Each year we continue to be amazed by the quality and the quantity of the nominations of the amazing entrepreneurs, the future leaders of our South African business community. So congratulations to all of our nominees, and our winner tonight of the Entrepreneur of the Year category goes to Jonathan Goldberg.
I'm Jonathan Goldberg. I'm the founder of Preference Capital. We provide financial services, predominantly loans, to the SME and family-run business space. What makes us unique is that we do have 9 different products. This allows us to provide a solution to our customers which is fit for purpose. In our business, you do not want to give guys a loan which doesn't work for their business, because instead of helping them grow their business, you're going to detriment their business. So through our 9 different products, we can generally find a solution for guys which will assist them in growing their businesses, which in turn uplifts the South African economy, creates employment, and really that is what we try to do. I love growing businesses. There's nothing better than growing a business, employing people, looking after people. I've got 52 people that work at the business. We're looking after 52 people, their families. They wouldn't have jobs if we didn't grow the business. So for me, it's about job creation, it's about helping people, and growing businesses it's fun. We've had some clients that have been with us for over 8 years, starting off 100,000 Rand loans. Some of those clients are in the millions now. So the clients have grown, we've helped them grow. What's also a nice success for us, some clients grow enough that we actually can't service them anymore, and they have to rely on traditional banks. So those guys have actually grown out of the SME space. So that's a great success story for us. We're pretty niched. We want to keep growing within the SME market, but we want to be a household brand. When people talk about Investex and First National banks, we want them to talk about Preference Capital. When you're a family-owned business and you need funding, your first thought needs to be Preference Capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jonathan Goldberg.
Wow. Sure. Rabonium, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. Firstly, thank you, Howie, whoever you are, you and your team, you're legends. What you put together is truly amazing, and really well done to all of you, and thank you. I'm truly humbled and grateful to be standing up here tonight receiving this award. And like Absa, I've also been around 20 years. The first time I came to this awards was in 2003. I was here as a guest. At the time, I was the financial director of a company called the Prepaid Company, which is part of the Blue Labels Telecoms Group. And my good mate, Brett Levy, won the Entrepreneurship Award that evening. At that night, I said to myself, one day I want to come back and I want to come up and win this award. And it's been a hell of a journey. It took me a little bit longer than I hoped, but we did it, we got here. It's important for me just to recognize a couple of people that made it possible. First of all, my wife. I know it's cliche, but Tanya, you're by far the smartest person I know. My wife is a successful businesswoman in her own right. She's a CA, she's been at Investec for 20 years. And without her stable, reliable salary and support, it would have been impossible for me to be an entrepreneur. Without this, it would not have happened. I could not have been here, and I would not have been able to chase my entrepreneurial spirit and to chase my dreams. So Tanya, for this gift, I thank you. It's really appreciated. Just quickly, my kids, Saul and Taylor, at the back there. Sorry to put you through for so long. It wasn't my fault I was the last award, or second last. but thanks for being here. Just a couple of partners, if you don't mind. My founding business partners, Rowan Swartz is here, Rowie, Stefan Schneier, Eldon Baynard. You guys supported me and you supported Preference Capital. You funded us through the early years, no questions asked. We did our deals on a handshake. You were the most amazing partners. You are the most amazing partners, and you continue to support us. And for this, I thank you guys. My chairman, Graham Montgomery, thank you, Graham, for your counsel and ongoing support. More recently, our partners from Old Mutual who invested in our business a year and a half ago, Kanya, Nobusutu, Prabashni, thank you to you and the Old Mutual team for getting behind us and helping us to keep growing Preference Capital and helping us to uplift small and medium-sized South African businesses. And this in turn has created thousands of jobs. And this is one of Preference Capital's core objectives in the market. Finally, to the team, Sean Waywell, Kieran Hopley, our partners in BizCash, Mario Macheta, a partner in Change Financial Solutions, and the PrefCap executives, Quinton, Natalie, Mark, and Jason. You guys rock. And you guys definitely deserve this more than me. And I thank you guys. I'd just like to conclude with a short reflection. My late grandpa always used to tell me, and I quote, "My boy, everything in moderation." Well, Grandpa, while I respect this reflection, I don't fully agree. In life, there are instances where moderation is fitting. However, if genuine success is your aim, whether in business, sports, or with your family, give it your all. Embrace your goals with unwavering determination, live your dreams without compromise, and refuse to settle for mediocrity. Thank you, everybody.
Congratulations, Jonathan. Give him another round of applause. Well done, sir. As we set up for our next musical item, I hope you've been enjoying your main course. I think it's already been cleared now. Absolutely delicious. Some years, of course, we have a buffet, and it's my understanding, having traveled a fair amount now, that South African buffets in our hotels, our game lodges, our function rooms, such as this one, our buffets are world class. Can we agree on that, at least? Tremendous. Because if you think about it, I was in London recently, and in a hotel, the breakfast buffet consisted for many mornings of an awful piece of toast. It took me 4 days to work out that was a coaster. But once you had some marmalade on it, delicious. And a single baked bean to be shared amongst all of the guests. And yet in a South African situation, you walk into a breakfast buffet, which is the French pronunciation. I do speak French. I'm completely bilingual and don't. And so you walk into those breakfast buffet scenarios and you see food literally for South Africa. Beef sausages, pork sausages, lamb sausages, sausages, which are French sausages. There's back bacon, lean bacon, fatty bacon, macon, which is Jamaican bacon. There's fish bacon, which is Haken. I've got more. There's artificial bacon, faken, chicken bacon, wait for it, caken. Simple as you. And then, of course, taken, which is bacon kidnapped by Liam Neeson. Very rare, not often found. Fried eggs, poached eggs, scrambled eggs, it's a delight. The trouble is international guests, and you've seen this, know how to approach a buffet, and they do so with civility and politeness. They take a small plate and they visit the breakfast buffet 6 or 7 times during the course of the breakfast. You and I do not do that. We don't trust that the food will still be there on our return. I'm not wrong. We don't even take a big plate. What we do is we take our breakfast table and move it across. Yes, and then you scoop as much food as you possibly can, because we don't know when we will eat again. before brunch. And honestly, that's disappointing. So, ladies and gentlemen, be better, do better. And now, if you will, welcome back onto stage the glorious talents that is Ryan Pima, and joining him once again, Africa Soul. This is Paradise Road.
And open your eyes. You must believe there are better days before us, and a burning bridge behind this fire is smoking. The sky is blazing. There's a woman waiting, weeping, and a young man nearly bleeding up for love. Closing down, yeah. Oh, come with me to Paradise Day. It'll change your life. It'll sure change your ways. It's your Paradise Day, away from the heartache and without any pain. I know, 'cause I've been there. Are better days before us, and a burning bridge behind this fire is smoking. The sky is blazing. There's a woman waiting, weeping, and a young man nearly beaten up for love. Paradise is almost closing. Paradise is almost closing. Paradise is almost closing down, yeah. Down, yeah. I believe it. 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 Paradise is almost closing down.
Congratulations. Yes, give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Paradise Road, one of the few roads with no potholes. Very exciting. I was just chatting a little bit about the buffet. Of course, my problem is I do tend to overeat at times. And even though I've returned back to the gym and I focus on physical health, it's the eating habits that will destroy you ultimately. I said to my doctor recently, have you got any requests or any advice on how I might improve my diet? And he said, don't eat anything fatty. I said, like lamb chops and bacon. He said, no. He said, listen to me. Don't eat anything fatty. That's what he said. He's no longer my doctor. We move on now to the next award, which is a new category here for Jewish Achievers. It is the Rising Star Award. And we're going to welcome Dina Diamond, a director of the South African Jewish Report, on stage to present this award. And as she makes her way here, let's take a look at the nominees.
The Rising Star Award nominees are Yishai Basrabi, Gabriella Farber-Cohen, Sol Fox, Dean Goldblum, Shalia Katzif, Erin Lazarus, Simon Lipschitz, Racheli Marks, Bethia Milner, Gabrielle Unay, Natanya Porter, Jessica Smirkovitz, Noah Stanger, and David Tiga.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, as you heard, this is the first year that the category Rising Star has been included in these awards, where we finally get to recognize the younger members of our community, the future leaders, the change makers, the trailblazers. So the judges in this particular category were so impressed by the standard of nominees that it took them a little bit of extra time, and dare I say it, a little bit of extra wine, to come to a unanimous decision. But based on these nominees and based on these rising stars, I can tell you for sure that our future looks extremely bright. So without further ado, please, yes, feel free to applaud. And as you get your dessert boxes, which we hope you enjoy, the winner of the inaugural Rising Star Award is David Tiga.
Get out of here. The work of genius. That is ridiculous.
Well, that's for TV. Let me tell you.
This is an extraordinary achievement.
I'm David Tiga. I'm the head boy of King Edward VII School, and I'm the captain of the Proteas under-19 team and the Central Gauteng Lions under-19 A team. The Lions selected a few boys to go to a camp, and then we went to firstly like a local inland camp with all the inland provinces, and then there was a national camp, and then they incorporated those under-17s into the under-19 group. And then I was fortunate enough to be selected for the under-19 team that won the T20 knockout in the Division 2 competition last year. And then obviously that got my name into the system. And then we had the Interprovincial Weeks and the Cubs Week, which is the Premier Schools Week. And then we had further camps at the beginning of this year. And then they selected a team to go to Bangladesh. And then the night before our first game, they announced me as the captain. And obviously the feeling, you can't even describe it. It's pride, it's passion.
It's not all the way.
It's honor.
Top batting from David Tiga.
But ultimately it's humility, and I think that's an important part of it. You work your whole life for this.
And through the covers,
you just go out there and enjoy it. My favourite South African cricketers are A.B. de Villiers, Aidan Markram, Quinton de Kock, and probably Graham Smith, two of whom come from my school, so got to give the school mention as well. My favourite cricketer is Kane Williamson. His temperament on and off the field is impeccable and admirable. The way he chases down scores, the way he sets scores, the way he captains on the field is just unbelievable, and he's someone I really admire. My plans will definitely be to try and make it in professional cricket. However, I do definitely want to study. I'm looking to become an accountant and hopefully a CASA. But yeah, definitely looking to go into professional cricket and hopefully one day play for the Proteas.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way from deep fine leg, please welcome David Tiga.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I'd like to say thank you to a few people. What a massive honor it is to come here and receive this award. But Thank you to the Jewish Report. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to CAP. Thank you to CSO. I think special evenings like these don't happen without those people. So I think everyone just needs to give them a warm round of applause. And then I'd like to thank my family. My mom, who spends many Shabbases without my dad because he travels overseas a lot, and then on top of that, many Shabbases without him because he's around the country with me. And our times that we spent together, those are times that I'll cherish forever. But I think I need to thank my brothers and sisters. It's a sacrifice for them. They did give me a bit of abuse for ruining their July holiday this year, but we won't talk about that. And then an interesting thank you to Nando's. Nando's, my trusted chicken and rice on a Friday night, is my Shabbat dinner almost every single week. Whether it be in Bloemfontein, Klerksdorp, East London, Port Elizabeth, the list goes on. So I think a big thank you to Nando's as well. As a leader at King Edward, I've experienced a microcosm of what South Africa is capable of. And the diversity, the love, the brotherhood is something special. But I think the Jewish community provides that too. And coming from a religious Jewish day school, and then being thrust into the biggest all-boys school in Johannesburg, it was quite a shift. And it wasn't easy. But at all times, it was my Jewish faith that grounded me. So, to the Jewish community, thank you for being my home. As sport, my journey is truly about Jewish identity. And whether it be standing out, missing cricket games, missing opportunities in observing my faith, I think those are crucial moments in my life, because it doesn't matter how famous you are, because it matters how good of a father, how good of a husband, a brother and a son you are. And I think South Africa comes together when the Boks play. And so hopefully, I hear an amen from backstage. But hopefully I can inspire religious young sportsmen to follow their dreams. Because quite frankly, I didn't think it was possible. But more importantly, yes, I've been awarded this award, and yes, I'm now the rising star, but the true rising stars are the young soldiers in Israel. So when Mr. Sackstein quoted Koheles, which I also quoted this past week in my matric valedictory speech, there's a time to laugh and a time to weep, a time to live and a time to die. So I'd like to dedicate this award to the South African family that married off one son whilst the other is still missing. And I'd like to dedicate it to the State of Israel and to every single soldier fighting so that we can live and thrive in the diaspora. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Another round of applause. Congratulations, David. We're moving on now to the Man-Made Media Community Award. And to help hand that out, please welcome Shane and Mick Mann.
You know, every year we get the call from Howie, and it goes something like this. Hello, Shane. Hello, Howie. The Jewish Achievers is around the corner. We need to start going. This is about 4 or 5 months ago. I say, okay, great. Let's have lunch. So we get together and we have a fantastic Lithuanian-themed Jewish-style lunch with Dina and Felicity. And every year we ask ourselves the same question. How is it possible that we're going to get as inspirational stories as we got the year before? And I want to ask all of you in the room today, how incredible are these people that you've witnessed here tonight? Let's give them another round of applause. You know, when Leah and I got married 17 years ago, Rabbi Mofson gave us a vort under the chuppah, and he spoke about the Hebrew word natan, which is to give. Spelled backwards, natan also means to get. So from the beginning of our business career, this ethos was really enshrined in the way we think, and we worked out very quickly that we could make an outsized impact by supporting initiatives or people that are making an outsized impact. And the Community Service Award is definitely one of those categories. So we're very proud and privileged to be a sponsor of this award.
Yeah, and just to echo Shane's words, I think what an amazing community we have here in South Africa. If you look at some of the Jewish communities around the world, there's really something special about the South African Jewish community. And I think what Robbie touched on is it's about that spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are, and everyone has got each other's back, you know. And also, just one other point is, when we were watching the rugby last night, there was a sense of that everything was lost, and we were going to lose. You know, people that we were in the room with were saying, we thought it was over, but we never gave up, and we made it happen, and we had that hope to achieve, and we ended up winning. So I think this community can really make a difference and create the positive impacts for the future of South Africa. So the winner of the Community Service Award is
Raylene Tredonsky.
The story of Raylene, it's a story of stars aligning. She had reached the point where she had worked for many years at Dimension Data, and this was an opportunity to impact the community.
I got a call from the late Alex Moraney, who said to me, I don't know you, but I've got a job for you. I went along for a coffee to meet him. I told him there and then that I was not interested, and I always joke that I'm not sure what he put into the coffee. But a month later, I had resigned after 20 years and I had joined the King David Schools Foundation.
The King David Schools Foundation was really created with the view to create sustainability for the King David Schools, which is the largest Jewish school system in the Southern Hemisphere.
All of us have a difficulty in referring to Mr. Elliot Wolf as Elliot. We all worked for him. He was the doyen. Everyone respected him. And Raylene worked tremendously with Mr. Wolf, and only she got to call him L, something nobody else would have been brave enough to do.
My colleague, Elliot Wolf, and the wonderful staff, and really our wonderful Jewish community, had built King David into a school that was world-renowned for its excellence, for the graduates that we produce. Adrian Gore had this vision that we would keep King David's schools excellent, and importantly, we would take on the responsibility of being a community school.
For the schools to be sustainable, they need to be excellent.
They'd be world class. And the ability to do that at the same time, subsidize children that can't afford the school, etc., require a very, very complex governance structure, a complex and powerful foundation.
So we had this wonderful ethos of not turning Jewish children away. But practically, to run a school of excellence requires huge funding. I was brought in as chief fundraiser, and together with my wonderful colleague, the late Elliot Wolf, we were tasked to go and find donors.
She, from day one, started learning the ropes with Mr. Wolf, building those relationships which he had over decades.
I've traveled all over the world with Raylene to assist her in easing the difficult process of extracting valuable forex from King David's International alumni. Raylene's ferocious fundraising skills are unsurpassed. I've witnessed them firsthand.
Raylene had this vision that we should raise at least 100 million and have it in an endowment plan. Well, we've surpassed that by like 5 times.
She really, together with Elliot Wolf, has raised over 400 million rand for this foundation.
We have also spent over 100 million rand in and around our 3 campuses for the subsidies and, importantly, to keep our schools excellent, to do the renovations, to do the upgrades, to build the new classrooms.
We have over 500 children currently on some form of subsidy. Raylene's priority is always the students.
I often wonder, where would these excellent kids be if they didn't have the privilege? It's a privilege to have an education like King David.
King David's in the position it is in and is as strong as it is because of the work of the foundation and the work of Raylene.
And what that means is that the King David schools are on the route to long-term financial security.
So it's enabled the school system to be excellent, to be well funded at the same time, and I think that combination is her legacy, frankly.
To help those who can't afford to send their children to the likes of a King David is essentially important to the Jewish community.
No Jewish day school will equal to no Jewish community, and that she will never allow to happen. And she'll tell you that she too was a subsidy student, and without her schooling, she doesn't believe that she'll be where she is now.
And as a result, she's put in 100% effort and built, I think, the King David Schools Foundation to what it is today.
No one knows the donors better than Raylene. She understands how they think, she understands how they work, and she's very in tune with what's going on in the community. She really values the people and gets to know them and cares about them.
She is infinitely caring. I mean, a focus on the schools, on the children in the schools, on the underprivileged is disarming.
She's determined, she's a passionate force for good, and she also has the concentration span of a Jewish border collie.
You could have a person who's a brilliant fundraiser, but if they don't have the passion for our community and they don't have the passion for King David, they never could have done what she's done. You can't achieve what Raylene has unless you are driven by something bigger, something larger, a more altruistic purpose.
That combination of just drive and goal orientation, together with that empathy, is a very, very powerful set of attributes.
It's a privilege to have her in the community, and I think the community is a better place for people like Raylene Tredonsky.
Raylene, in your own words, you have done an outstanding job of securing Jewish education. We appreciate you, we love you.
I have seen firsthand in my travels people who today have made the most incredible success of their lives all over the world, and who say to me, Raylene, if it wasn't for King David, I don't know where I would be.
Welcome to the stage, Raylene Tredonsky.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I hadn't seen that video before. It's terribly humbling, and a lot of what I'm going to say I'll cut out because it was said in the video. But I am humbled to be accepting this award in a community that is world-renowned for its vibrancy, its warmth, its hospitality, and its tzedakah, coming to the assistance of others like no other. I should have started, and forgive me, I just want to say thank you to Howard Sackstein and the Jewish Report, and to Man-Made Media and everybody else in this room, because this event was not my receiving this award, but just tonight, and the uplifting feeling that tonight is given was just what we needed in this last 2 weeks of chaos. I am also delighted to accept this award tonight because it gives me the opportunity to pay tribute to the people who have played a pivotal role in the King David Schools Foundation and in my own journey as its director. The late Chief Rabbi Sir Jonathan Sacks famously said, "The Egyptians built pyramids, the Greeks built temples, the Romans built amphitheaters, and the Jews built schools. They knew that to defend a country, you need an army, but to defend a civilization, you need education." History has shown over and again that the one thing that has held Jewish communities together is a Jewish education and a strong Jewish identity. Our Jewish community in South Africa is unique, born out of unique circumstances. We have one of the highest percentages of children in Jewish day schools in any diaspora community. It is estimated that today more than 80% of our children attend a Jewish day school. This ensures that Jewish knowledge, tradition, and connection to Israel are conveyed to subsequent generations. This is a natural antidote to intermarriage, and indeed, in the case of South Africa, translates to a much lower rate of intermarriage, 20% in South Africa versus over 50% in the USA and much of Europe. Our high rate of enrollment in Jewish day schools has also resulted in the high rate of aliyah to Israel. And at this point, I want to say that our hearts and prayers go out to all Am Yisrael during this devastating time. King David Schools opened their doors in 1948. And this year, they are 75 years young. The foundation was formed in 2002 with an idea to connect with alumni all over the world. And it is transformed into a global village of alumni connected by a single thread, their South African roots and their King David education. I have had the privilege of visiting countries where many of our alumni live, and I have seen firsthand the positive impact our alumni have made. Our alumni are proud Jews, community leaders, and global icons in business, in medicine, in the arts, and in Torah learning. People who have changed the world for good. Today, King David is the largest Jewish day school in the Southern Hemisphere, and we stand proud as a community school with a very special ethos to offer all Jewish children access to a world-class education, regardless of their parents' financial circumstances. But this requires huge funding, with a subsidy budget today of almost 40 million rand. I was a subsidy kid at King David. somebody who benefited firsthand from someone paying for my education. And as such, I can testify to the lifelong impact a person can have by funding a Jewish education of excellence. I have worked in this role with deep passion and commitment because I feel a real sense of gratitude, hakarat hatov, to a school that had an enormous impact on my life and that importantly kept me connected to my Judaism and to this outstanding Jewish community. My late parents, Jaime and Pearl Shapiro, were very proud Jews, upholding all the traditions of our rich heritage, and like most Jews of Lithuanian descent, instilled in me a love of Yiddishkeit and tradition and a strong commitment to community and family. I will forever be grateful to my late mom, Pearl, who taught me everything I know about tzedakah, that 10% of your earnings is not yours. Your only choice is where to allocate it. My only sibling, my brother Cecil, has special needs and lived at home with my devoted parents until they passed away. After graduating as a CA, I volunteered my services to the Selwyn Seagull, which cares for people with disabilities, and was the volunteer fundraiser and honorary treasurer for 7 years. When my parents passed away, Cecil moved full-time into the Selwyn Seagull, where today he is cared for by this amazing organization. Another example of how we as a community look after and care for one another. At the foundation, we have been blessed with incredible donors who understand the value of community and know that their funding is literally building our worldwide Jewish future. In the 12 years that I've been there, we have secured commitments of over 500 million rand. We walk a fine line between planning for the future and seeing to the school's present needs, investing millions of rands in our 3 campuses, while funding Jewish children whose parents cannot afford the fees. But importantly, while building an endowment fund for the sustainability of our schools so that we can educate future generations in our proud heritage, our wonderful culture, and our rich Jewish values. My late colleague and mentor and very dear friend, Elliot Wolf, or Al as he was known to me, was associated with King David for over 50 years and played a pivotal role in the foundation. He would have been so proud of its growth and the impact we have made. Elliot was my co-director for 10 years. He was loved, revered, and respected around the world. He truly believed in the power of education to open doors and change the world, and he made my fundraising job so much easier. I owe so much to him for his guidance, his selfless dedication, and his lifelong commitment to Jewish education. I want to pay tribute to Faye Lewis, who formed the foundation all those years ago and brought Elliot out of retirement to run it, and to the late Alex Moraney, who played a pivotal role in my move to the foundation. He too believed passionately in Jewish education and had a vision to unite global alumni and secure a financial legacy for our schools. He convinced me to leave Dimension Data, where I had spent 20 wonderful years, and to join Elliot and run the foundation. He remained a good friend and a very proud and loyal supporter until his death a few years ago. I am extremely grateful to Adrian Gore, proud alumnus and chairman of the foundation, under whose outstanding guidance and unparalleled leadership the foundation has thrived, and to each one of our dedicated trustees who has devoted timeless hours to the foundation. To Rabbi Ricky Seif, the General Director of the South African Board of Education, and to my colleagues at the foundation, my PA, Gilla Glazer, who I always say makes me look good, our COO, Daniel Tucker, Shana Sasson, Andrea Nussbaum, and Jade Ackerman. Thank you for all you do for our schools and the foundation, and for making it such a wonderful place to work. Last, but by no means least, my deepest gratitude is to Hashem for blessing me beyond measure with my soulmate and devoted husband Howard of 33 years, and my amazing and very proud mother-in-law Bernice, who is here tonight, and my 3 beautiful children, Hillel, Noah, and Zara, who are all proud Jews and King David graduates, each forging their own path in the world. It is a privilege to be part of this amazing Johannesburg Jewish community, and I am proud to have played a small part in its sustainability. Thank you.
Raylene, don't go. We're going to give you an award. There we go. Give her another round of applause. Congratulations. It's going very well, folks. It's been a slightly long evening, but the good news is that we have overrun a little bit, but we will be screening the Rugby World Cup final, which is starting in 20 minutes' time. So that's very good. So that's now to call on a director of the South African Jewish Report, Benji Porter, to help present this year's Arts, Sports, Science and Culture Award. Benji Porter.
To understand the power of this award, we simply just need to look back at some of the previous winners. World Cup Rugby winners, may Hashem bless the current box, Bafana captains, pop stars, poets, leading light in theatre, and the list could go on. And this makes me incredibly excited and honoured to announce the winner of the Absa Jewish Achievers. I've got Raylene Tradonsky here. Howie. So the winner of the Jewish Achievers. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I wanted to keep you on your toes. It's important. It's that end of the evening wrong envelope award moment.
Look, if Raylene's winning the Arts, Sports, Science and Culture Award, you know you've had the
That's
wrong,
a surprise.
Anyway, to the winner, the inimitable Raymond Hack.
He is a genuine patriot, someone that is deeply involved in South African affairs, and he wants to see South Africa being on top of the world, not only in sport, but in culture and in every respect and arena as possible.
He is a great ambassador, not only for
South Africa's Jewish community, probably for the Jewish community worldwide, and he carries that flag very proudly. But as important, maybe more importantly, he carries the South African flag very proudly.
I've been involved in a number of sports, from football to athletics to swimming to cycling, even boxing. Going back when Golden Gloves was originally started, I was in partnership with Rodney Berman. I was instrumental in the creation of the now Premier Soccer League, together with Dr. Ivan Khoza and Kaiser Matong. We were originally part of the National Professional Soccer League, which was run by George Tarby, and we decided we didn't want to be part of the apartheid system, and we broke away from the so-called White League at the time. And then we decided they weren't going anywhere, and the way forward was the creation of the Premier Soccer League under Dr. Ivan Khoza. What was paramount and for me pinnacle was the 2010 World Cup.
The 2010 FIFA World Cup will be organized in South Africa.
I've never seen a country so passionate, so together as it was during 2010. It was an unbelievable experience. The people I worked with were fantastic. I always said that I was the luckiest person in the world to be the CEO of SAFA. I didn't have one coach for the national team. I had 62 million people who were the coaches for the national team. Working with the people at SAFA at the time was unbelievable. It was a great experience for me, and it helped me in African football.
1990s, when I first returned from overseas exile after the release of Nelson Mandela from prison, and I became the first non-racial president of the South African Olympic Committee, called NOXA.
I'd been able to go to the Olympics through the disciplinary committees, be it the swimming, be it the football.
Ray was our first legal advisor when I was president of the National Olympic Committee of South Africa.
And I'd seen every Olympics with the exception of the 1980 Olympics. I worked as the legal advisor for Sackstein.
I think his poor wife, that Raymond has to wear a name tag whenever he comes home so that she can recognize him.
An interesting story with Rodney, which I'm sure he'll tell you. The first time we went to Israel, we had promoted a fight there between a chap called Francois Benachou, who was a Frenchman, a French Jew, and a fighter called Welcome Nkita.
It is the first and only time there's been a world boxing title in Israel.
When we took the boxer to Israel, we went to the Wailing Wall one day, and he asked why we were all putting little pieces of paper into the wall. And we said, no, you do that and you hope that whatever you wish, your prayer comes true. We had a partner by the name of Gary Pretorius who took this piece of paper, put it into the wall. Following night we had the World Championship fight. Welcome Nkita won, South Africa won. And he turned around and he says, wow, that really does work.
He's on a plane virtually every day. He'll go to Azerbaijan for a day, come back, get on the plane, off he goes to Scotland. And so I really don't know, he's a total enigma.
I did a lot of traveling, certainly in the last couple of years, certainly for CAF. I don't think there's a country in Africa that I haven't been to. CAF have got lots of tournaments, whether it be the senior team, whether it be the women's team, the under-20s, the under-17. So I've been fortunate to see a lot of countries. I've been fortunate to see a lot of countries through FIFA, through their disciplinary committee, through CAS, doing arbitrations.
He is an arbiter for the International Court that deals with sport called CAS, Court of Arbitration for Sport. And that means that is the ultimate decision-making process. It is respected by every international organization, whether it includes FIFA, for which he is deeply involved in, the African Football Confederation, for which he works quite a lot, and very deeply involved in that, and in international swimming or in any other aspect. And he knows what he's doing. We could see in him the passion that comes out in whatever he does, not only in the topic that is for discussion, but in the background you can see that circulating over his head is, how can this help South Africa in all its manifestations? And that, I think, is very genuine, and that genuine has led me also to ensure that we looked after Raymond, because we needed people like Raymond with that type of a passion, that type of a commitment, and that type of a pledge. A super South African citizen in all respects.
Can't keep on taking. You have to contribute, you have to give back, you have to help develop. Obviously have to recognize the contribution by my family, my wife, my kids. They've always supported me. They keep me busy all the time, and now I've got grandchildren, 8 beautiful grandchildren who keep me on the run, which is fantastic. I've enjoyed everything I've ever done in sport, and will continue to be involved in sport as long as I'm able to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Raymond Hack.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and thank you. As Robbie said earlier, all protocol involved. I'm similar to Robbie. I never observe protocol. Firstly, Howie, I don't know what to say. When you phoned me, I said, this is a Rakusan joke. And many people won't understand that, but the Rakusans will understand it. Many years ago, my friend Anthony, who I've known for the last 50 years, unfortunately had to go into hospital at the Rosebank Clinic to have an operation. Because of our relationship in road running, we were very friendly with the doctor at the time by the name of Dr. Saul Braun, who I'm sure a lot of the ladies here may know. We then persuaded Dr. Braun that it would be in his best interest to let us go and see Anthony. So we dressed up in doctor's uniforms and doctor's scrubs and walked into Anthony, who was about to have an operation, and he was in the operating theatre, and we'd arranged, and toothpaste, shaving cream, and everything was put on Anthony. And he's never ever forgotten that. So when I got this call from Howie, I thought, yeah, this is a Rakusan joke. Anthony, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, sport has always been a passion, and I think it was only right that the last award should be a sports award. The reason being is, as you've all seen last night in both the rugby and the cricket where South Africa played, sport is probably the only thing, and with due respect to all the other nominees, sport is the only thing that brings everybody together without thinking about anything negative. And those were the words of Nelson Mandela, who turned around and said, only sport can bring a country, can bring a people, can bring a nation together. But to do that, you have to take the words of the late Steve Tshweti into account. And Steve Tshweti turned around and said, it's all very well to say that sport can bring everybody together, but you have to be able to make sure that it happens. And when you look at the video that was just played, there are 2 gentlemen on that video. There was 3. You've got Mr. Samram Sami, who was a trailblazer. He was the first one to allow South Africa back into sport, into this country. The reason being is because he had a passion for the sport. He loved the sport and what the sport could do. The other person is a gentleman that I've known, who was my partner for over 50 years, Mr. Rodney Berman. His name's not Rodney Berman, his name is Mr. Boxing. And what he has done for boxing in this country can never ever be repeated. Another person is Dr. Ivan Khoza, who I have known for probably from the time he came out of Fort Hare University in excess of 55 years. And he is a gentleman who has a vision. And all 3 of those gentlemen have always said, never ever follow, create your own path. And if you create your own path, you'll be able to ensure that people will follow that and you will leave that legacy. And that is something that has always stood by me, and I've always remembered that. But I would never ever have been able to do that without the assistance, without the love, without the freedom of, firstly, my wife of nearly 50 years, my children who have always been there to support me, and another lady who has always supported me, a lady called Rose Diaga, who is here tonight together with her husband, Nels. And all I can say to Nels is, I apologize, Nels, because I know my family always say, why do you phone Rose at 6 o'clock in the morning? Why do you phone her at 10 o'clock at night? Why do you do this? The reason is very simple, because as they always say to me, I'm technology challenged, and I need somebody who's able to put me on the right path. And to Rose and Nels, thank you for everything you've done. Robbie made mention of a gentleman called Professor Vilakazi, and he sung his praises tonight. But I must tell you that Professor Vilakazi did cause me a little bit of a problem. Because of my relationship with Dr. Ivan Khoza and Orlando Pirates, Professor Vilakazi decided he was going to be the Dean of Wits University. Except the day he was appointed Dean of Wits University, the Sowetan newspaper published a massive story in the newspaper. And the headlines of that story read, Vilakazi goes to Wits. And for those who don't know, I was chairman of Wits University for 25 years. At 10 to 7 that morning, I received a call from Dr. Ivan Khoza to say, what have you done? And I said, what are you talking about? He said, have you seen the papers? What have you done? What have you done to my player, Vilakazi? I said, I haven't even approached him. He said, go out and have a look. A day later, I met up with Professor Vilakazi at Wits University, and I showed him the newspaper article. And true to form, he said, well, if I can play like Vilakazi did for Orlando Pirates, I'll run the University of Witwatersrand that way. And he certainly has done that. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, sport is a passion. I've been able to do sport for the last 55 years because of the love for it. And I want to say to everybody here, if you have a love and you have a passion, follow that passion. If you wake up in the morning and you don't want to go to work, you're in the wrong job. You shouldn't be going to that job. Sport is not a job. Sport is a love. Sport is a passion. And I think you have to understand the Jewish mentality when you talk about a passion. And 2 Friday nights ago, I was fortunate to go with my son to Linksfield Shul. And the rabbi stood up there and he looked at all the kids sitting on the left-hand side, and he said, I want to address you parents over there and all you boys over there. He says, every Saturday and every Sunday, you go and you take your children to football practice. And I want to ask you one question. You give so much time and so much effort into football practice, but tell me, have you ever seen a Jewish Ronaldo? And everybody packed up laughing, and all the ladies on the right-hand side were laughing. He then turned to them and he said, ladies, I don't know why you're laughing, because you have a duty as well. When your children come home to you and say, Mom, we're leaving because we can't find a job, the question that you have to ask them and what you have to say to them is, what do you mean you can't find a job? Since when does a Jew have to find a job? A Jew creates jobs, and that's what you have to do. And that is a passion which I think everybody needs to envisage. The 2 final things that I'd like to leave you with is, you are a generation with children and grandchildren. Allow your children to express themselves on the field of play. Do not become the child's parent who wants to be involved in the game. I've been involved in sport for over 55 years. The biggest danger to children expressing themselves and loving the sport is parents who want to live their life through their children. Don't live your life through your children. Allow your children to live it themselves. And to give you a perfect example, My son was a South African swimmer, captained South African schools, and I used to go up and down the pool and shout and say, pull, do this, do that. And one day he got out of the pool and he said to me, Dad, can I ask you a question? I said, yes, sure. He said, why do you scream and shout at me? Firstly, I'm deaf in the one ear, and secondly, I'm swimming breaststroke. I'm under the water. I can't hear you. From that day onwards, I have never, ever made the same mistake. And I urge parents to do that. Don't make that mistake. And the final thing that I have to tell you is in sport, sport can only survive with one thing only, and that thing is called succession. Every sports administrator needs to know that you have a time in which you can be there. You have to develop succession. The same way as all the entrepreneurs who've been up here tonight and the young entrepreneurs, that is succession. We saw a young Mr. Tiga stand up here. That is succession. Allow succession to come to the forward. Allow succession to be developed. Because in sport you have to understand one thing, that there's a word that we always say, ultimate power corrupts. And you can never ever have a situation where one person dictates what happens in sport. Sport is a unity of lots of people who contributed. And all I can say to all those people who've got the award tonight, you've deserved it because you haven't done it yourself. You've done it with people around you who have helped you and who have continued to make sure that whatever your function is, you have succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for allowing sport to be the last word here. Thank you.
There we go, folks. Give Raymond Hack a big round of applause. And you can keep your applause going for all our award winners this evening. What an incredible group of people. And that is the end of the awards segment of the evening. We have one more piece of entertainment. We always keep the best till last. And as you leave after that, I'm encouraging you, because you know parking in Sandton is at an absolute premium. I think there are 274 parking garages here in Sandton, and yet you still find it's a struggle to find parking. Even at Joburg International, I flew in from overseas a couple of weeks ago, we could not find parking for the plane at the airport, which is outrageous. We were on the runway for almost an hour. At one point we traveled as far, we went up Corlett Drive, we went left into Jellicoe, there was no parking. Then finally we saw a pilot with keys in his hand walking to a plane. So we turned our plane around and we followed him to his plane. But he said he's not leaving. He was just getting a bag. That irritated us a lot, if I'm honest. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you are wanting to leave. I encourage you just to take your seat for a moment, because our next piece of entertainment, absolutely brilliant. This gentleman, he and his family have a long history with our awards. His father, Johnny Clegg, won the Arts, Sports, Science and Culture Award back in 2007. What a huge honor it is, ladies and gentlemen, to have him here this evening to end our entertainment with two of his brilliant tracks. A star in his own right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jesse Clegg.
Thank you. It's great to be here. This next song I wrote when my father was ill, and it's a song about loss and all the challenges that come with that. But it's also a song about hope and about finding courage in the memory of the ones that we've lost. The song is called Waiting on the Outcome.
had a handle on what is right and what is wrong. Thought I knew what was good for me. I was a fool, I was lost at sea. Million miles away from myself, yet somehow trapped inside. Feeling that a world without you is a world I don't recognize. And all these footsteps that I walk with you, will we make it through? Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? And all these smiles I wanna walk with you. Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? I'm so lost, just waiting on the outcome. Maybe I was arrogant, as if I could choose how the story went. One day you're soaring over all of it, then you're holding on by your fingertips. I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready. Everything I was promised, pillars are falling. Bring it up, waiting on the outcome. All these footsteps that I walk with you. Will we make it through? Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? All these miles I wanna walk with you. Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? I'm so lost, just waiting on the outcome. I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready, I'm not ready, I'm not ready yet. And all these footsteps that I walk with you. Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? And all these smiles I wanna walk with you. Will we make it through? Do I get to keeping you? I'm so lost, just waiting on the outcome. Waiting on the outcome. Waiting on the outcome.
Thank you. This is the final song for the night. And I just want to say, my father's played at this event, and it's wonderful to be able to continue that legacy and that connection. So thank you for having me, and I hope you have a great night. Congratulations to all the award winners, to Rob Rosen and all the other legends that have made an impact. Thank you for your contribution. And this is my last song. The song is called Use Me.
Wait for me, I'll wait for you. I can't tell you what to do. Oh, in the darkness I can feel you. Play the thief, I'll play the fool. Let the sky come over you. Oh, I will fall into the blue. to fear. There's nothing to fear now. Nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear now. I wanna tell you, sweet darling, you, sweet darling, you.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night. Cheers!
Jesse Clegg, ladies and gentlemen. We love this man. Congratulations. What a crowd you've been. Thank you very much. Huge thanks to all our sponsors. Mazel tov to all the winners. Well done to everyone. Feel free to take your dessert boxes home with you. I'm just talking to the camera now. This is for the folk at home. They've left me ages ago. You've been absolutely wonderful wherever you are in the world. My name's Alan Committee. The 2024 Jewish Achievers Awards start in 45 minutes' time. So strap yourselves in. We're going again soon. Good night. Good night.